Section 00 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White. Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. Dedication and Foreword. Dedication. To those members of the African race in America who by the sweat of hand, of brain, and of heart are striving for the uplifting of themselves and of their fellow beings, this book is affectionately dedicated. Foreword. I have lived in the South. My observations are first-handed. Scarcely an incident is here recorded that is not authentic in its essential details. I love the South. I revel in her romantic past. No other section of our country can boast of such a wealth of romance. It is because I love the South that I wish to see a new South rise from the ashes of the old, more gloriously noble, more aggressive, more thoughtful of the need of every brother man, while losing naught of the dignity, warm-heartedness, and royal hospitality of the past. That this volume will be severely criticized is to be expected. No one is more painfully conscious of its defects than am I. If a candid revelation of existing conditions in the South will not assist in remedying what is false and evil in those conditions, this volume is inexcusable. Asa Zadel Hall, Saguache, Colorado, October 5, 1905. End of section 00. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 1 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Attack. It was the holiday season of 1884-85. An ocean liner was receiving its cargo at a southern wharf. A stream of panting Negroes, bared to the waist, their black backs shining with perspiration, were pushing trucks piled high with casks, bales, and boxes. Beside this stream of humanity ran another, more noisy and less labored than the first, a stream of oaths from the overseer's mouth. The second stream increased in volume and in speed, as the first decreased, as though it were necessary to establish an equilibrium. A novel sight, this, but 3 days lay between my first term as a freshman in a Pennsylvania college and this, my first look into the life of a Southern city. Eager to drink in every detail, and careless of the flight of time, I seated myself upon a box and gazed upon the human stream in a fascinated, abstracted manner, as a child might gaze upon a tossing mountain torrent. At first I saw only generalities, but later I followed individuals. Among the throng of workmen, I at length espied one who interested me. Was it because of his youth? He seemed but a lad in his teens. Was it because his tall, lithe figure attracted particular notice even among so many stalwart forms? I could but notice that his truck, though often more heavily laden than the rest, was handled with the utmost ease. Was it because his skin was fairer than that of the other workmen? Elsewhere he might pass for an intelligent Caucasian. As I made these mental comments, he disappeared into the ship's hold. With empty truck, he was hastening down the gangway, when, seeming suddenly conscious of my gaze, he glanced toward me, Then, perhaps detecting more than usual interest in my face, he surveyed me with more earnestness, his countenance lighting up with an eagerness almost pitiful to see. But the expression of eagerness instantly gave place to one of horror. Unwittingly, he had wandered from his course, bringing his truck into violent collision with one advancing from the opposite direction, overturning its burden and nearly capsizing its owner. To make matters worse, the following trucks crashed headlong into the overturned load. The overseer, wishing to make an example of the author of the mishap, smote heavily with his cane upon the negro's bared back. Writhing with pain, the luckless fellow quickly succeeded in extricating his truck from the tangled mass, and by almost superhuman efforts replaced the overturned load, so that 3 minutes after the accident occurred, the line of trucks was moving as if nothing unusual had happened. The overseer, however, was not easily appeased. Having used his cane freely, his tongue flew yet more freely. "You blank nigger, delaying the whole bunch by your stargazing. I'll break that blank back of yourn to teach you better than to hinder decent folks in their work. Out to church last night, was you? You double-faced, lying hypocrite. You nigger devil. I'll make you wish you was in hell rather than around extorting and praying and psalm singing." At this, some bystanders, anxious for a little excitement, joined in a chorus of jeers and taunts. All this was borne nervously but silently by the negro, only a burning fire in his eyes showing that the shafts had struck home. As if to atone for the delay he had unintentionally caused, he now hurried to the far end of the wharf and piled his truck high with such a load as to cause me to exclaim with surprise. Then, carefully lifting the ponderous mass, he started for the steamer. Slowly it moved at first. Then, gathering speed as it proceeded, the truck passed the overseer halfway to the boat, with the negro trotting rapidly. The overseer's malice had not subsided, and with another oath and threat he proceeded to kick the negro all the way to the boat, enjoining him in no chaste language to see that he didn't repeat the disturbance. This unexpected attack could do but one thing to the top-heavy mass on the negro's truck, and again the wharf was littered with trucks and boxes. At this, the overseer invoked upon the negro all the curses of heaven and hell, and raised his cane to strike again the bruised and welted back. The blow never fell. Instead, a long arm shot out from the negro's side, and the overseer fell as though struck by a dead weight. All is confusion. Oaths mingle with the sound of rushing feet. A dozen onlookers and loiterers surround the negro, but goaded to fury by his unjust treatment, he repels all attacks with the ferocity of desperation. The other negroes, frightened by the audacity of their companion, gaze for a moment upon the motionless form of the overseer, then quickly vanish. The crowd increases to a mob. "Get a rope!" cries one. "Nah, this is good enough for 'em," rejoins a lazy-looking loafer, drawing a revolver and taking deliberate aim at the negro's head. "Don't shoot," says a friend, knocking up the revolver just as it goes off. "Bullets is too good for niggers. Roasting's better." The report of the revolver, joined with the angry yells of the mob, brings hundreds to the scene. It was strange where it came from, this mass of humanity, jostling, questioning, running, talking excitedly, hooting and hallooing. From every side, men came like wharf rats, driven from their hiding places by a fire, loafers, boat hands, cabmen, newsboys, and the heterogeneous throng of those who happen to be on the street and are attracted by the unusual or exciting. They were all there, gesticulating wildly, calling hoarsely, cursing, half ignorant of the cause of the disturbance, but demanding at once that the Negro who so fearlessly held him at bay should be shot, burned, cut to pieces, hanged, torn limb from limb, or drowned, as their fancy dictated. At first it seemed as though the Negro would stand his ground, for none dared venture within the circle his swift blows had kept open around him. But as the pressure from without increases, the hollow in the center of the throng suddenly gives way, and the Negro is engulfed in a sea of hands clutching his throat, his arms, or tearing his already bleeding body. By an almost superhuman effort, he shakes them off. But one man, though he were an Hercules, cannot long resist 500, and his strength once spent, he is as unable to escape as a child under similar circumstances. One of the mob had secured a rope from a neighboring catboat, and with this they bound their victim's hands. The crowd meanwhile gave way and allowed him to be conducted by several of the coarsest and most brutal, the others falling in closely behind. I had stood as if rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the swiftness of the catastrophe, and dumb with fear for the Negro's life. "Where are they taking him?" I managed to ask of a loud-voiced, blatant fellow who was explaining what he'd do if he had the disposition of the nigger. "Why, stranger, I reckon they're only looking for an appropriate limb to thread 'em to." I shrugged my shoulders. "Look here, my friend," said I. "What has that poor Negro done that you or I would not have done under like provocation? Is he to be killed like a dog simply because he raised his hand in self-defense? If this is Southern justice, then I'm glad I live elsewhere." "Hey?" said my interlocutor. "A nigger has no rights. They're getting too blank many anyhow. A nigger less now and then'll help to even things up." "Where are your officers?" I rejoined. "I don't know. I reckon that's Bill Sangerfield comin' yonder, but he won't get that there nigger, not alive." Sure enough, it was a squad of officers bearing down upon the mob. A short, sharp conflict ensued, the officers gaining possession of the prisoner but trying in vain to stem the human tide. Slowly the bluecoats managed to work their way to the side of the street, and then by a sudden dash, with the crowd yelling at their heels, bullets flying dangerously near, half dragging and half carrying the Negro, they rushed down an alley, pressed a teamster into service, and a few minutes later drew up a pair of panting horses at the jail door. By this time the crowd had grown to tremendous proportions. Fully 5,000 men, perhaps a quarter of the city's population, were howling about the prison doors. "Bring him out! Break the door in! Kill the officers if they resist! Fire the prison!" were the cries. Several, who were nearest the door, pushed against it, but found it too heavily barred to respond to their efforts. Finally, after a half-hour of inorganized attack, some men secured a plank and were about to batter the door down when it unexpectedly swung back, and Sangerfield himself, calm and unruffled, stepped out in full view of the throng. "Give up the nigger and we'll go," said a burly ruffian in the foreground. "Hand over the keys," shouted another. The sheriff held up his hand for silence. "Hear the sheriff! Let Bill have a chance!" came from many a mouth. And then, in a dead silence, the sheriff exclaimed deliberately, "Gentlemen, If you'd like to have the Negro that was taken in here about a half-hour ago, that's the boy. Give us the nigger," interrupted many voices at once. The sheriff proceeded as calmly as before. "If you want him, you'll have to go to the state capitol, for he left this place by the back door as you arrived at the front, and the train which he took left town 10 minutes ago." An angry howl went up from the mob. The prison door swung to heavily, the bolts flew into place, and the mob was baffled. Then fire was resorted to. Passion got the upper hand of judgment. Combustibles were collected, torches applied, red flames darted forth, increased in volume until they wrapped jail and courthouse in a lurid winding sheet. Then, as if satisfied with the havoc wrought, one by one, the perpetrators of the deed began to slink away into the darkness. Somehow, I felt that I was in a measure responsible for the strange events of the afternoon and evening. So unreal they seemed, that with difficulty I persuaded myself that it was not a dream. I could not think of that young mulatto suffering the horrors of the gallows or the stake for aught I knew, and he so devoid of offense. I must see him. I must aid him in some way. So thinking, I rushed to the wharf, secured my baggage, and hastened toward the depot to take the next train for the state capitol. Note: it must not be supposed that mob law is confined entirely to the South. The events of this chapter were duplicated by an occurrence in an Ohio town, not 5 years ago. End of Section 1. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 2 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Flight. As I walked along the wharf on my way to the train, my imagination ran riot, conjuring up every conceivable predicament in which I might be placed if I were to befriend the unfortunate roustabout. Had I been given time for calmer reflection, I doubtless would have taken less interest in the case. But the events of the evening were yet vivid in my mind, and it seemed to me then that it would be the height of injustice to suffer the fellow to be tried and condemned as a malicious felon, when there seemed to be plenty of evidence to the contrary. Perhaps I was the more interested because I had serious thought of making the profession of law my life work. Here was a case in which to gain my first practical knowledge of criminal law. I tortured myself with the thought that perhaps the news had been telegraphed to the capital, and another mob had been more successful than the first in their attempt to defeat the law. But then, I thought, possibly someone else had telegraphed the authorities so that ample police protection had been afforded. Ah, who would be sufficiently thoughtful thus to telegraph when the sheriff and his posse were imprisoned in the burning building? Then a picture of the conflagration, with the encircling crowd gazing in silence at the havoc they had wrought, flashed again before my mind's eye. What should I do after I had reached the capital? My conjectures and forebodings made me unaware of a dark form lurking in the shadow of a warehouse. Before I could cry out or escape, a hand covered my mouth and a brawny arm encircled me so that struggle was in vain. I was drawn back into the shadow toward the water's edge. I expected to be thrown down and robbed, or pitched headlong into the dark water. But instead, a low voice, tremulous with excitement, said, "Oh, sir, you doesn't know me, no I you. Yet this afternoon when I seen you on the wharf, you looked sort of kind. I done got away from the officers and come down here, for it seemed powerful lonely here. I can't get out of the city without help, for I reckon every street am being watched by the regulators. Oh, sir, can't y'all help me get out of here?" He released my mouth as he spoke. I was too weak from fright to answer for a moment. Then I said quietly, "I will try." "I's well obliged," he said with evident relief. "Have you any old clothes here that I can put on?" he said. "Yes, here is a coat and cap which will serve that purpose," said I, opening my suitcase. "I'll tote y'all's satchel," he said, when he was arrayed in the novel attire. "Dat is, if I can do it and not rip this here coat up the back." As we stepped out into the light, the droll figure he cut with arms extending far beyond the sleeves and shoulders drawn well back proved too much for my risibilities, and I laughed outright. Northward, keeping near to the river, we went, at first moving cautiously and keeping in the shadow of the buildings as much as possible. But gathering confidence as we went, when we neared the city limits, we walked along quite unconcernedly, talking in low tones of our plans of escape. From the riverside we emerged upon a country road. Here we were stopped by a masked horseman, who demanded our names and destination. I told him that I was not in the habit of having to tell my name, that I had come to the city to see some of my friends who sent their man out to carry my satchel for me and show the way, that we had stopped to see the fire, and hence were late in getting started. "Tell that to someone what's easy," said the man with the mask. "But I'm d sure I saw both ye on the wharf this evening. You're my prisoners," said he, bringing his rifle to his shoulder. Turning suddenly sick with fear, I caught a glimpse of my companion clearing the roadside fence at a single leap. Instantly I followed. A bullet grazed my cheek. I heard the thud of the horse's hoofs as they struck the ground on my side of the fence. We were but 3 rods in advance, yet shielded by darkness. Another report from the rifle. My companion just in front of me stumbled and rolled over, but was up again before I was abreast of him. We seemed to be standing still in our flight. The breathing of the horse could be heard but a rod behind, and there was the sound of the approach of horses from all sides. Bushes here and there favored our flight. Hugging the river bank, we hurried on while the horses floundered more slowly after us. As I was abandoning hope, the ground over which we sped grew boggy. On up the river we fled with tired feet and fast-beating hearts, and ears strained to catch every sound of approaching danger. Through thick underbrush which tore our clothes and scratched our hands, through bogs into which we sank at every step. On we rushed, now running, now leaping from place to place, and again walking when too exhausted to run more. Every snapping of twigs, every rustling of leaves added to our fear. The very moon seemed to mock us. The stars laughed sleepily at us, as if confident of our capture. As moon and stars began to fade, and the first streaks of gray glimmered in the east, we stumbled upon something hidden in a clump of bushes. A boat. We were too tired to shout, and we would not have dared if strength had remained. Our hopes ran high. For the first time since we had been pursued, did we venture to speak. "Now, if we can only find the oars," said I. My sentence was not finished. "Listen," said my companion, putting his hand to his ear. I listened intently in the direction in which he turned, and I heard a faint baying miles away. "Bloodhounds," said he, with yet deeper fear written on his face. "Here's a paddle," he exclaimed, drawing one from underneath the boat. "No time to look for oars now. Just help me push the boat down." In a moment we were off, the mist from the river hiding our movements. Starting in a diagonal direction, we intended to cross to a point a mile or so upstream. But once out in the river, our movements became uncertain because of the mist. It was with difficulty that we made our way across, guided as we were largely by the current. On reaching the opposite shore, we skirted the bank at a safe distance, proceeding upstream for 2 or 3 miles, as we supposed. When the mists began to rise, we drew up at a point which seemed deserted, and, setting the boat adrift that it might not betray our landing place, we proceeded again on foot. Taking care to keep at a safe distance from the shore to escape the notice of any pursuers on the other side, we plodded on, discussing the various methods of escape. "Well," said I, trying hard to appear cheerful, "fortune has favored us thus far, and if she doesn't go back on us now, we'll be all right." He turned a despairing face upon me. "You all can get away, but not with me. I'll help's far as I can, but when we gets where folks sees us, y'all be better off alone. I's 'streamly 'bliged for your assistance, but 'tain't no use no longer. I'll tote y'all's case to near yonder house," designating a small farmhouse just coming into view. "They'll go with you to the train, and den the North'em not powerful far away. By and by the news come there's one colored man less." "No," I thundered, turning upon him so fiercely that he started in surprise. "I told you last night I'd help you, and whatever other faults I may have, no one knows me for a confounded liar. If you are captured, they'll have to take me too." His face brightened, and a new vigor seemed to come into his frame. Tears rushed to his eyes, and bore silent witness to his gratitude. Then I noticed for the first time that blood was oozing from his left arm near the shoulder. An old handkerchief tied thereabout was saturated and stiff with blood. "It's just a titch," said he. "Well, well, I guess we'll have to fix you up a bit before we get out among folks. You aren't in first-class condition to stand the fatigue of walking, either," I said solicitously. He then proposed that we go into the woods or swamps, sleep until night, and travel under cover of darkness. To this I did not agree, claiming that our safety lay in haste rather than in seclusion. I then bandaged the arm as carefully as I could with fresh handkerchiefs. "For the time being, you'd better act as my servant whenever we're anywhere to be seen," said I at length. "And I'll put up a bluff that we've been on a fishing excursion, and that I took you along to help carry stuff. We got lost from the rest of the party, and have been tramping around all morning trying to find them. I'll make inquiries as to whether they've been seen, and then try to hire some farmer to take us to the nearest town, where we may catch a train." At the first farm, we failed to find anyone around. I was so ravenously hungry that I favored looting the pantry, but to this my companion objected, begging me not to lay myself liable to arrest by anything done on this side of the river. I listened to his entreaties, and we trudged on. Near the next house we found an old man busy in the field. To him I told my tale with seeming success, for he went with us to the house, and while we ate a hot breakfast prepared by his good wife, there never was another such breakfast in all the realms of culinary achievement, he made ready the horses and wagon, and we were soon jolting away on our 15-mile ride to the depot. Fortunately, the bed of the wagon was filled with straw, and an old blanket screened us from the fierce heat of the sun while we slept. When I at last awoke, the wagon had come to a standstill, and I heard voices near at hand. My companion was still asleep, and I did not have the heart to disturb him. As the noises from without did not sound threatening, I ventured to sit upright and look about. It was a Four Corners, with perhaps a dozen houses in sight. Our wagon was drawn up before the only store. While the horses were drinking from the dirty-looking trough, the farmer was bickering with the storekeeper for a lunch. Seized by a sudden idea, I too joined the group, and eagerly priced several articles more or less desirable. I procured for myself 2 canvas hunting jackets and caps, and a shotgun with several rounds of ammunition. I then explained to the farmer that if our companions rallied me about getting lost, that I'd have some big stories fixed up about a hunting expedition and what I shot. He took it as a good joke and laughed heartily. The depot was but 3 miles from here. My companion woke up in time to don his hunting outfit and take charge of the gun, which I was careful to instruct him how to handle, keeping up a continuous flow of small talk the while so as to cover the seriousness of our intent. At the edge of the village where we were to take the train, we dismissed our hospitable farmer with a generous greenback and hearty thanks for his service. I considered that we would attract less attention and encounter less suspicion if we walked to the depot than if we were carried there in the wagon. But this precaution came near proving our undoing. Everywhere we were the center of curious eyes. Our equipment seemed to be somewhat novel and excited much comment. As we neared the depot, we were unexpectedly confronted by an officer bidding us halt in the name of the law. For answer, my companion brought the gun quickly to his shoulder. Checking his hasty movement by my hand, I demanded in as calm a tone as I could muster, "On what charge do you halt us?" "I do not halt you, but your servant, as a lawbreaker." Then, noting my puzzled look, he added, "You know, we don't allow niggers to carry firearms through town, and this fellow's action just now proves the wisdom of the law. If we didn't regulate the action of niggers a little, no white person would dare walk the street." "Oh, well," said I conciliatorially. "You see, we're both strangers here. We were off on a hunting trip down by the river and got lost from our party. Blamed if we haven't been having the greatest luck. We thought if we didn't get a shot at anything else, we might try one on an escaped nigger. And now, after getting lost and not having a chance to empty our gun at anything, to be arrested for carrying a gun seems to cap the climax. Come, my man, let Jim off this time. He's a trifle to remember us by. Please don't add to our bad luck." The man seemed to appreciate the humor of the situation, and our evident perturbation stirred his risibilities still more. He chuckled uneasily and seemed half disposed to let the matter pass. "Will it be all right if I carry the gun the rest of the way through town?" said I, growing uneasy as several people began to come toward us. "Certainly. We never object to white folks carrying guns. It's only niggers." As we hurried on our way to the depot, we heard him remark to some of the curious who had now overtaken him, "That fellow's been having hunter's luck." At the depot, during what seemed an interminable waiting for the train's arrival, we were several times questioned by idlers who had somehow learned that we tried to get a shot at the runaway nigger. To reply, I invented 2 or 3 colossal lies, and then, fearing lest some slip might betray us both, I lapsed into silence, saying only to the various inquiries, "We've been hunting, you see, and we've had hard luck." A fellow that's had hard luck doesn't want to talk much about it. At the depot, I secured a city paper, and then, for the first time, I learned the particulars of the escape, colored only as a newspaper can color the truth. Under flaring headlines that occupied about 1/3 of the first page, I read, "It seems that our fair city is just awakening to the fact that it has been the victim of a deep-laid conspiracy, hatched without doubt by some of the most brutal and ignorant Negroes of the place, and executed by means of a large number of accomplices. Notable among these conspirators was an unknown white man who was undoubtedly a shameful anarchist from the North, seeking to excite an uprising among the blacks. His actions did not awaken suspicion at first, but it has been learned from eyewitnesses that it was at a given signal from him that the Negro roustabout yesterday upset another fellow's truck, and thus precipitated upon him the just discipline of the overseer. The second mix-up was due to the same cause, and when our honored citizen, the overseer of the gang, became indignant at a deliberate repetition of the offense and the consequent delay, the Negro only carried out the next step of a concerted arrangement, by brutally striking the overseer and all but murdering him. It was undoubtedly intended that the murderous Negro should escape by way of the river before a crowd could gather, but here the carefully laid plan failed. Before the escape was possible, a throng of public-spirited citizens was upon the offender, and swift justice, the cheapest and most rational justice in all such cases, would have been visited had not some representatives of the law proved themselves obnoxiously overzealous. As for the arch-conspirator, our naive innocence permitted him to mingle unsuspected among the throng that followed the prisoner to the courthouse. He even ventured to question, we are told, our methods of administering justice. But his remarks passed unheeded in the excitement of the hour. Unmolested, the red-handed, deep-dyed villain stood among honest citizens, complacently watching the hungry flames kindled by his fellow conspirators lick up our beautiful public buildings. Unmolested, he took his departure, while the work of havoc went wildly on. In the meantime, the base tool of the baser conspirator, while being conveyed to the depot for transportation to the state capital, jumped from the wagon and eluded his captors. It was not until later in the evening, when the two men were seen together near the outskirts of the city, and were stopped by one of our patriotic and heroic guards, that the full extent of the plot began to be realized. A posse of men, afterwards reinforced by bloodhounds, went in hot pursuit, but after following the scent for some distance along the bank, the hounds were baffled. It is thought that some of their confederates had arranged for a boat to conduct them away under cover of darkness. Several Negroes who are suspected of complicity in the plot have been hanged or otherwise disposed of this morning. Our best citizens seem determined to make a clean sweep of the conspirators, and several others may swing before another sunrise. A description of the Negro and myself followed, and some drawings sufficiently grotesque to make me laugh in spite of the many eyes which were upon me. The statement was made and emphasized repeatedly that Seeger, the overseer who was struck, would never leave our trail until both of us were captured or shot. I noted that the Negro was said to be nearly naked, and the strange white man was said to be dressed in a business suit with steamer cap. Both of the men appeared to be unarmed, so far as the newspaper reporter was able to determine, and this was said to be a clever artifice to aid in avoiding suspicion in case of capture. As evening drew on, the long-expected train rolled in, and all was confusion until I had Jim safely stowed away in a Jim Crow car with a ticket for Philadelphia in his hand, while I sought the Pullman, soon to forget the adventures of the past 24 hours in sleep. End of Section 2. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 3 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Recaptured. I awoke to find that the porter had been trying vainly to arouse me for some time. It was after 8 o'clock, and I looked from my car window upon the mountains of Virginia, glinted here and there by dew-laden herb and bush, and flecked by patches of sunlight. I was ordering a hearty breakfast when I chanced to remember my companion of the former night. I had given him no money with which to purchase food. Starting to find him, I learned to my dismay that the Jim Crow car had been detached during the night as the train began to ascend some heavy grades, and that the car would follow by a slower train. At first I was much exercised over the separation from my ward, but my breakfast was waiting, and my stiffened muscles courted the ease of the soft cushions. I yielded to the bodily indulgence, while my anxiety decreased in proportion as my bodily comfort increased. By the time breakfast was over, I began to take quite a complacent view of the whole matter. Oh well, I thought, He's so accustomed to shifting for himself that it will not be much of a hardship to be thrown on his own resources in a strange city. As for a little privation, he will not know the difference 100 years from now. I've gotten him safely away from his pursuers. I've even risked my own life and comfort in so doing. Indeed, I may have offended my father's boyhood friend, Mr. Esson, at whose invitation I was to have spent my Christmas vacation in his Florida home. Ah, but had I the assurance that my ward was entirely out of danger? I had left him unarmed, penniless, wounded, in a crowded, dirty car. Here I must have dozed, for the next I knew, the waiter was tapping me on the shoulder and wishing to know what I'd have for lunch. Once I thought of getting off the train and awaiting the arrival of the Jim Crow car, but I realized that this would mean delay and financial loss for me. Accordingly, I decided to look for him after I arrived in Philadelphia, but there, amid the many trains and throngs of people, I soon lost hope of discovering him. Arrived at college, I watched the papers for a few days, but saw no notice of his recapture. Then I dismissed the subject entirely from my mind. The school year sped uneventfully. I did not distinguish myself greatly in my studies. What was the use of grinding when so many pleasures were available? I wrote a lengthy letter to Mr. Esson, explaining fully my strange vacation experience, and begging him to pardon the suspense and anxiety I must have caused him by allowing myself to be diverted from my long-cherished purpose. Receiving no reply, I concluded that I had offended either by a bungling expression of regret or by the seeming slight to my would-be host's hospitality. I began to almost wish that I had turned a deaf ear to the roustabout's entreaties. He, a stranger, had no right to expect me to give up my plans in order to lend him assistance. I did not know even his name. I was not usually in so generous a mood, and that I had been willing to thaw so easily was a cause for much wonder on my part. But even as I reproached myself for what seemed like foolish gullibility, the picture of the lone, hunted, desperate, yet manly fellow whom I had aided came to mind. I remembered how he had pleaded with me to leave him and save myself, and how uncomplainingly he had borne his hardships and even his wounds. Ashamed of my selfishness in harboring anything but the most generous feeling, I repeatedly put the whole subject from my thoughts, and so far succeeded in dismissing it from my mind, that as the spring with its outdoor sports and its promise of a summer's rest drew on, I found the circumstances of the last vacation taking on an element of unreality. The end of the school year was fast approaching, when I was surprised one day to receive a letter from Mr. Esson. It was seemingly prompted by the kindliest feeling. He regretted my failure to visit him, and hinted delicately that he had not been without concern for my safety. He most cordially and hospitably renewed his invitation to me to visit him whenever my convenience might dictate. Then followed a section which greatly excited me. It read, "I am glad that if it were necessary for me to be denied the pleasure of a visit from you, it was for no less commendable a service than that which you undertook. My only regret is that, like too many other good works, this service did not go quite far enough to accomplish its object." I was watching the papers with some anxiety to discover, if possible, a cause for your delay in coming. The papers were full of accounts of this runaway Negro. I followed the account of the burned public buildings and the escape of the suspected incendiary, as well as a long, drawn-out description of the part played by the unknown villain from the North. The next day they reported no progress in the case, but the following day the papers blazed with headlines telling of the Negro's recapture. It seemed that he was caught on board a northbound train. Detectives employed by Seeger, the overseer, identified him by his clothes, but they had no opportunity to even notify their employer. The arrest caused sufficient commotion to attract a crowd, and then it was all up with the Negro. No chance for escape this time. In vain he protested his innocence, claiming that he was the victim of some horrible mistake. They hurried him to a neighboring pile of neglected railroad ties, and there they roasted him alive. While he writhed and screamed in agony, his executioners looked placidly on. As his limbs began to char, and the fire abated slightly, eager souvenir hunters slashed off pieces of fingers and toes, while others contented themselves with links of the chain which held him to the funeral pyre. Seeger was the only one not satisfied with the procedure. He expressed the opinion that the nigger was too slippery by a D-blank sight to be caught and executed without a struggle. He refused to pay the detectives for the capture, and gave it out as his intention to travel from ocean to ocean and from pole to pole until he was assured of the right nigger's death. That I was profoundly impressed as well as surprised by the contents of this letter need not be said. I now saw clearly how lax I had been in carrying out what I had recognized as a duty. How different might have been the outcome if I had but used a little precaution. Just a little carelessness had rendered unavailing all my good intentions and danger-fraught comradeship. To some extent, I felt blood guilty. Calmer reflection told me that I was not altogether at fault. I assured myself that if this unhappy experience only taught me greater care in the performance of known duty, I should not feel poorly repaid. End of Section 3. Recorded by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 4 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. School Days. It were natural to suppose that the discovery of such a moral precept, and especially one so dearly bought, might exert a salutary influence on my school life for the remainder of the year. Such was not the case, however. To recognize the desirability of a certain course I found to be far different from pursuing such a course with unremitting diligence. Social events, fraternity functions, out-of-door sports, all attracted me and held me with their spell. Life in its more serious aspect faded into indistinct outlines, and the summer vacation found me a little more cynical, possessing a little less respect for myself and a little less sympathy for others. Thus, instead of enriching my life, as I had at first vaguely hoped, my trying experience tended rather to impoverish me. I need not here record the aimless and useless summer vacation I passed. Considering that my position as a college student exempted me from manual toil, I dawdled and idled away my vacation, sitting in hammocks, playing an occasional game of tennis or croquet, lounging for a week or two at a popular summer resort, until my father's slender resources compelled him to call a halt upon my continued needless expenses. At home I found fault with the simple ways and tastes of my devoted parents and sister. The nearby town had become slow to my cultivated tastes. My old-time associates had become stupid and uncongenial. "Mary," said my father to mother one day, as I lolled, half-dozing in the hammock, just within earshot of the kitchen. "Mary, it seems that you've always hankered about sending our son to college. I ain't no ways complaining, but before he went away to school, he used to help me sometimes, if he wasn't off on some kind of a frolic. But now, I don't see but he feels above working. Leastwise, that's the way it looks." "Henry," said my mother, "I little thought you would be so harsh in judging our son. Can't you see that the poor boy is just tired to death with his studies? That's what the vacation is for, to give him a chance to rest." My father mumbled something about the harvest field being restful to brain workers, and then vanished in the direction of the barn. I turned over and settled myself for another nap, and paid no more attention to the incident, only to allow it to go in with a vast accumulation of unhappy circumstances to render me more discontented. So the time dragged wearily on. With a sigh of relief, I hailed the return of autumn. College would soon open, and then at least I would be free to follow my own tastes and inclinations. A few days before I left for college, my father called me to the parlor for a farewell conference. "Well, son," said he, "it's costing us a heap of money to send you to school. I hope you think you're getting your money's worth." He paused for a moment, as if half expecting a reply, but as I proffered none, he proceeded. "A heap of money. More'n we could afford if we hadn't been planning ahead, ever since you was in knee pants. Your mother and I have set a lot of store by seeing you through college, and we want you to go through right. Whatever is right and proper as to expenses, we're willing to stand. About how much will it take for this year? No, don't answer now, but figure it up, kind of close and accurate like, and hand me the figuring so's we can know what to depend on." The next day I handed him what I considered a liberal expense account. He made a check for $300 more than my estimate. "We don't care about our boy being skimped," he said, with a touch of pride. "We want him to go through just as well as the other fellows." I thanked him perfunctorily, pocketed the check, and the next day left for college. The extra $300, I reasoned, would easily enable me to attend a few more plays, smoke a better brand of cigars, and dress a little better. It was not so dull in the college town as at home. I was 3 days early, but already the trains were beginning to bring in students, new ones, mostly, who were eager to get acquainted and settled ere the school year began. I took a languid interest in their enthusiasm and active preparations for work. Then the old students began to arrive. Those of disposition similar to my own I welcomed, and we soon started upon a round of pleasure and dissipation. A year passed thus, and yet another, until the beginning of my last year at length arrived. One thing was a matter of pride with me. I gloried in the record of our college in athletics. Robust lads from rural districts found themselves well fitted for college sport. Their hardened muscles and stalwart frames needed but little training, and produced astonishing results under discipline. While I sat in my smoke-beclouded room playing cards and devising new ways of shirking school duties, these fellows were learning football tactics and were filling their lungs with oxygen and their brains with purified blood. It was rumored that autumn, in football circles, that considerable good material had been secured from the freshman class, and that among them one big guard was likely to make a star. I used to go down to watch the practice occasionally when my crowd was not on hand to play cards. It was a real pleasure to watch White, the star guard. He seemed to have himself so well in hand. Tall, muscular, dark-complected, straight as a pine tree. The very Athenians might have envied him his physique. His intelligent face lit up with such a genuine enthusiasm as he entered into the game that he seemed to remind me somehow of what I myself might have been, had I applied myself to any worthy task with one half the devotion he showed for the gridiron. His classmates spoke highly of his intellectual work as well. I began to envy him. Would that I had my college course before me and were fresh and vigorous from the farm. How I'd like to live my college days all over again. But no, I could not now retreat. With muscles and morals weakened by dissipation, with willpower gone and intellect befogged, I had no choice but to drift. Guards Back was a new play with us that year. Our coach devised it so that White's individual work might count. It was the first game of the season. White had made 2 magnificent gains, and the ball was near our opponent's goal. Just before the ball was snapped for what was expected to be the scoring run, and while the formation line was still unbroken, the opposing guard struck White such a blow as to blind him for the moment. He fumbled the ball, and it went to the other side. With the blood streaming from his nose, White called the attention of the referee to the foul, but the latter claimed not to have seen it. Calmly and with remarkable self-possession, White took his place. The end of the game was at hand, and neither side had scored. By small gains and round-the-end runs, we had forced the ball, little by little, down the field, until now we were on our opponent's 10-yard line. Twice the halfbacks were tried with no gain. Then the command comes sharp and distinctly, "Guards back!" White's signal is given. With well-formed interference, he dashes forward. The opposition, however, is not taken unaware. Before 5 yards is traversed, the interference is broken, and White goes down only to roll over and get up 3 yards from the goal. As he rises, a cowardly blow is struck. He reels forward, totters, falls. No, he staggers on. 1 step, 2 steps, then sinks under half a dozen heavyweights. A moment of anxious waiting as the prostrate players rise, one by one. Then a shout rends the air. Hats, canes, umbrellas are thrown, pennants waved, and everyone goes wild, for the ball was 6 inches over the line. But why doesn't White get up? One of his comrades tries to assist him, but the head falls back. The face is bloodless. The surgeon applies restoratives. White languidly opens his eyes. Then the wrath of the crowd breaks forth. "Mob the villain that struck White! Mob the whole team!" were the cries. White, by a tremendous effort, raised his head and supported it on his hand. "I'll be all right soon," he faltered. "Don't raise a disturbance." The whistle blew for the lineup. White reeled to his place. Then time was called, and the game was ours. The crowd rushed in and carried White in triumph on their shoulders. And from that time, his self-control, his pluck, his personal prowess became the pride and talk of town and college. As I went to my room after the game, I fell to contrasting White's action, when so shamefully treated, with the action under similar circumstances of a friendless mulatto, whose presence still seemed to dog me occasionally. Had White struck his opponent, scarcely a witness would have blamed him, though for the same offense a colored man had paid the penalty with his life. If White had not possessed the advantages of careful training and helpful home surroundings, his passion would doubtless have had as little restraint as those of the roustabout, I concluded. I began to wonder, in a lazy fashion, and without at first caring to satisfy my wondering, by what process White had arrived at such marvelous self-control. I tried to imagine his home surroundings, his former education, and thus my curiosity became thoroughly aroused. I resolved to get acquainted with White. Not intimately, just sufficiently acquainted so that I might elicit the information for which I seemed to have a morbid interest. Accordingly, I sought him out. It could not be considered otherwise than an honor to be on speaking terms with one of the most popular men in college, I told myself. Strange to say, I received no rebuff. He did not seem to suspect my covert intent, and seemed to take my advances kindly. Without scarcely understanding why I did so, I invited him to spend the Christmas vacation with me at my home. Here he showed himself so agreeable and tactful that he was immediately lionized by the community. His presence, though acting as somewhat of a restraint upon my usual dilatoriness, served, nevertheless, to render my homegoing almost enjoyable. Returning to college, I found that, silently, though surely, his influence was proving to help me. I began to visit his room with greater frequency. The purpose which led me to seek his acquaintance was all but forgotten, and I came to appreciate him for what he then was, not for what his past training had been. Often, in my visits to his room, I found another visitor, a classmate of White's, named Jenkins. The only prominent feature possessed by Jenkins was his nose. This was unusually long and was turned up at the point, reminding one, not a little, of the nose of that quadruped, which betrays its innate curiosity by rooting. Jenkins had plenty of curiosity. The day I was introduced to him, he quizzed me somewhat as follows. "How do you spell your name, Mr. Edson? In what class are you? You are somewhat older than Mr. White and myself, I suppose. Might I ask how— but what was I going to say? Oh, yes. Where is your home? Near Rome? Oh, dear me. You came all the way across the water to blank? But how far is it?" I explained that I lived near Rome, New York, and abruptly made my escape. Jenkins had small, deep-set eyes and a sallow complexion. I learned that his mission to White's room was no less philanthropic than to secure all the assistance possible from White, because of the latter's good class standing. "White," he would say, with the utmost show of friendliness, "if I only had your capable mind, I might blank. How do you ever remember things the way you do? If I could only apply myself to one thing blank. But you know, I inherited a roving disposition from my aunt. She started in as a lady of leisure and ended blank. What was I saying? Oh, yes. If you please, Mr. White, won't you translate my Latin for me? I know I can never get it in the world. So good of you. Now, if you will work this problem, I shall feel that I can never repay you." At first I was vexed when White refused to take a hand in games of chance, and when he exhibited a preference for the study table, rather than the theater. Yet withal he was so earnest, so enthusiastic over his college work, that his companionship must necessarily either repel or inspire me. It did the latter, for I could not hate him. Still, I had no ambition to shine in the classroom. It was so much easier to slide through examination and recitation by horsing, cribbing, and resorting to all manner of dishonest methods. White's frequent visits to my room seemed to awaken a long-dormant sense of honor within me. His manliness did for me what my own weak will had never accomplished. The change was so gradual that I did not at first notice it. But our old Greek professor recognized my improvement before I myself did. One day I gave a hard-wrought, correct translation of a difficult passage. Kai commended me freely. I shall never forget it, nor cease to thank him for his kind words. Praise for honest work was something so new and strange that it created an epoch in my life. I began to apply myself with new vigor. Old companions began to drop me one by one. My evenings found me busy with my books. Fresh air instead of tobacco smoke filled my room. I burned the midnight oil. For a while, the advancement which I sought so eagerly seemed to elude me. The steady grind, with so little apparent result, discouraged me. But for White, I would have given up in despair. His presence and example, his cheerful words and ready sympathy gave me encouragement and fresh impetus. He viewed life from a different standpoint than did I. Defeat was not in his vocabulary. His stalwart inflexibility saved me. By and by I gained a vantage ground whence I could look backward and say, "There has been progress," forward and say, there is hope. The end of the year was at hand. At White's suggestion, I competed for a place on the Emmett Prize debate. The profession for which I was preparing, said he, would demand that I be an adept in debate. He considered that the prize debate offered an opportunity for me to set a new standard of proficiency for myself. The subject of the debate interested me. Resolved, that education offers the best solution for the race problem in the South. I read, thought, drilled, until the argument seemed to be a part of myself. White assisted me with untiring energy. He gave me new thoughts and valuable suggestions after I had come to believe that I knew thoroughly every argument and every avenue of approach to the subject. From the preliminary debate, I was chosen as one of the speakers for the final public appearance. I chose the affirmative side. The negative won, but I was too deeply interested to permit a decision of a board of judges to change my views or dampen my ardor. Accordingly, I proposed to White, who had now become an almost inseparable companion, that we together visit the South and together study the question first-handed. I told him of Mr. Esson's cordial invitation and assured him that he himself would be welcome if he chose to accompany me thither. I explained that my studious habits had proved of financial benefit to me, for I had managed to save $400 out of my yearly allowance. This, I told him, would pay the way for us both if we were careful in our expenditures. White did not receive my proposition with as much favor as I had expected. He concluded by saying, "I must have time to consider this matter. Commencement week is at hand. Final examinations demand my attention. I'll bear the matter in mind and give you my decision at the earliest possible moment. I warn you, however, not to count too much on my accompanying you, inasmuch as I fear that I may be obliged to seek employment in order to be provided with funds for the coming school year." End of Section 4, read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 5 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A Distinguished Visitor. Visitors are many at commencement season. Class reunions, friendship and kinship, fraternity functions, and the general festivities attract many to the halls of their alma mater. Among those who were to visit our college that year was one held in high repute by the faculty and abjectly reverenced by the younger students, while we older students worshipped from afar. A self-made man was he. Never did he enjoy so much as an academic training, but with the advent of wealth had come, happily, a liberal disposition. Various religious bodies and educational institutions had profited by his bounty. Our university was indebted to him for an endowment of $5 millions. His busy life precluded any but hurried and infrequent visits. Our class deemed it a special honor that he had chosen the day of our graduation for his visit. A telegram told the hour of his arrival. We prepared to give him an ovation. A carriage was hired, the finest the city could afford. We decorated it gaily with our class colors. A ribbon-bedecked rope, held by ribbon-bedecked members of the graduating class, served instead of harness and horses. At an early hour, we betook ourselves with our equipage to the station. A brass band preceded us in the march. The whole town was agog. Students, professors, citizens, street Arabs, loafers, thronged the available space around the depot. As the train slowed down at the station, our class president was aboard in a trice, and greeted heartily, though with marked deference, a stout, gray-bearded man who appeared upon the platform of the last Pullman. Instantly the air was rent with cheer upon cheer. Class yells, college yells, the blare of the band playing "Hail to the Chief," shouts, waving of handkerchiefs and hats created a demonstration which seemed at once to surprise and disconcert the great man. With due courtesy, however, he bowed his acknowledgment to the assembled throng, and, not without protest, allowed himself to be drawn in triumph to the President's mansion, where he was to be entertained. The crowds were so dense that the procession could move but slowly. Yet this gave us an opportunity to enjoy to the full the hours of our pride. All traffic in the streets was suspended. Even business itself seemed to be at a standstill. Every window, every balcony was full of eager faces. We were at once awed and rejoiced by our new dignity. Space was annihilated. We trod on air. At length, all too soon, our destination was reached. The carriage was brought to a standstill in front of the President's mansion. College and class yells were again given, then a speech was called for. Our benefactor seemed somewhat agitated by this demand, but he rose in the carriage and bowed. I was standing near the carriage, and noticed for the first time that the face was not remarkably intelligent. The white beard gave him a somewhat venerable appearance, but the white beard did not seem to harmonize with the somewhat sandy hair of the now uncovered head. His face bore marks of what in another I would have pronounced dissipation. A heretofore unnoticed scar above the left eye stood out vividly as the excitement of the moment blanched his face, and then drove the blood more freely to it. It seemed to me somehow that I had seen the face before, though I could not tell where. A deep silence, almost oppressive, preceded his words. He spoke. "Friends and fellow citizens." Glances of amazement were exchanged among the listeners. "I don't know as I exactly understand what all this here is about, but I'll say that I've been on the road for right at 4 year, and I never was treated in such style before, never. It may be that some mistake has been made." Here he paused and looked about dubiously. "Oh," and here a happy thought seemed to strike him. "It may be that the fame of my goods has arrived before me. Kentuck Red Ribbon Rye makes a famous drink for sure. Step up, boys. The drinks is on me." So speaking, he opened 2 sample cases and began to pour the sparkling liquid with celerity. I looked about me. The crowd was melting away. Considerable laughter was indulged in by those on the outskirts of the crowd, but the most of the students sneaked off in silence. Halfway across the campus I paused and looked back. A little group, composed no doubt of loafers with a sprinkling of students, had surrounded the carriage and were intent upon making the most of the circumstances which placed the fiery beverage within their reach. Our class president was approaching along the campus path. I waited for him. "How did it happen?" said I. "Why, hang it all," said he. I had never seen the man I was to meet. Of course I had seen pictures enough of him, and I thought I'd know him anywhere. "This fellow resembles the pictures I've seen of C. and well, you know the rest. I guess I've made the mistake of my life." My parents spent commencement day with me. Mother had brought a basket of roses from the old farm, and such roses. I knew how painstakingly she and my sister had cared for them. I began to feel that I had never appreciated my mother before. The evening train took father and mother back to the farm again, but not before I had unfolded to them my plans of visiting the South. I met with no opposition. Father seemed gratified that I had saved some of my yearly stipend, while Mother smiled patiently and said that she hoped I'd get thoroughly rested before I settled down to practice law. She thought that a complete change, such as I contemplated, might prove beneficial. The only question yet unsettled was whether or not White would accompany me. He had been so very busy of late that I had not urged upon him the desirability of an early decision. I was a little more confident of a favorable decision than I was previously, as I climbed the maple-lined path to the dormitory that evening after accompanying my parents to the train. Had he not that day received the award of $50 for the Oxford Declamation Prize and $60 for the Reynolds Essay Prize? Surely these funds would assist him in his financial straits. As I approached the dormitory, a feeling of loneliness stole over me. The place wore an air of desertion, many of the students having left on the afternoon and evening trains. I was to tread those familiar halls no more. No more was I to hear the familiar voices, nor see the familiar faces. Gone were my school days. My heart was as lonely as the cheerless old building. Dear old dorm. Tender memories entwine thee as closely as the ivy thy somber gray walls. I knocked loudly at White's door. The sound echoed along the empty halls. No response. All was silent. Emerging from the building, I could just distinguish, through the gathering gloom, White coming up the path. "Well, old man," said I, as soon as he was within earshot, "I've been looking for you. I want to congratulate you upon your good work. It's an honor to take one prize, but you seem to have been doubly honored today. 2 prizes and an enviable football record is enough to turn the head of many a man. I really believe it would spoil me, but you seem to be calm enough." He laughed a little and said, "Edson, I've been having so much else to think about this afternoon that my honors have not had time to greatly elate me. I have been out for a little walk along the college hill, while considering some matters that relate to my future. Some of them may interest you. Without doubt, you are anxious to know whether I can accompany you upon your trip southward. It is needless for me to tell how much I'd enjoy doing so. In fact, it would be more than a pleasure. It would furnish me with a long-sought rest. For the past 4 years, I have worked almost incessantly. For 2 years, I attended school in New York, working at odd times as a trained nurse. Previously, I served my apprenticeship as an orderly in a Philadelphia hospital. Of course, a respite would be appreciated, but I am strong, and I believe that I can endure a postponement of my vacation." "But what earthly need is there of your doing so?" said I, quite testily. "Why, if you press me for an answer, I must say that, as an uninvited guest, I feel a trifle delicate about foisting myself upon Mr. Essen. If you had invited me to a camping expedition, in which I could assume half the responsibility and half the expense, I might feel differently. But—" "Why not make it a camping expedition, then?" I interrupted. "Why not?" he repeated. "The very thing. I expected that we'd have to resort to something of the kind before we accomplished our purpose. That's just what we'll do, old chap. When can we start?" "Not so fast, Edson. Why, you'll be hustling me off tonight, won't you?" "We can't start too soon to suit me. I'd get a bad case of the blues if I had to remain long in this deserted old dorm." "Well, I have a few business matters to adjust, and all my packing to do. I cannot possibly start before tomorrow evening." "Tomorrow evening it is," said I, decisively. End of Section 5. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 6 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South. by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. Florida Ho. Who should turn up at the train the next evening but Jenkins? Calmly, he announced his decision to accompany us to Florida. "You see," he explained, "that roving disposition which I inherited from my aunt simply drove me down here tonight." I secretly pronounced anathemas upon his aunt and his whole ancestry. Turning, I saw a yellow mongrel dog at my heels. I vented my wrath in a kick that sent him howling across the street, with Jenkins following more quickly than gracefully. I had not noticed the dog chain attached to Jenkins' wrist. "Why, doggone it, Mr. Edkins!" Jenkins always twisted names in some outlandish manner. "You have given my dog a severe fright." "Your dog? What in the name of all the shades of the Romans are you doing with a mongrel, stub-tailed yellow cur?" "He is a hunter," said Jenkins, with as much dignity as he could command. "A hunter? I believe he is. At any rate, he has just led you a merry chase," and I laughed volubly at the figure Jenkins had cut. "How can we get rid of Jenkins?" said I, aside, to White. "Oh, let him go. Poor fellow. He has flunked his exams, and I don't blame him for wishing to go off somewhere. About the first wildcat we encounter will send Jenkins home a much frightened chap." I could not understand White's forbearance, but I decided that if White could stand Jenkins' company, I could. "What, Jenkins? You're not going to take your dog along?" exclaimed White, as the subject of our conversation was making for the baggage room. "Of course. The gentleman I bought him from said that the dog was a first-class— what was I going to say? Oh, yes. He said that the dog would be a necessity where there were wildcats and alligators." White smiled. "They do say that alligators are fond of yellow dogs," said I viciously. Jenkins grew a shade paler, if that were possible. "Don't you think, Mr. White, that he will be useful on a— oh, doggone it, what was I going to say? I gave $10 for him, and— Here, Tiger! Here, Tiger!" At the sight of a Maltese kitten on a neighboring back fence, the dog had torn loose from Jenkins and was streaking in the opposite direction from the depot. The train whistled. "I hope," said I wickedly, as White and I climbed upon the car platform, "that the dog will be hard to catch." Just as the train began to move, Jenkins, red-faced and bareheaded, sank into the seat before us. "Well," he panted triumphantly, "I caught him, but I had to fight the dog and cat, too." Our route lay via Pittsburgh, Chattanooga, and Macon to St. Augustine. At Pittsburgh we caught the through train for St. Augustine. "I don't see why it is, White," said I, after we had been traveling for some time through the mountains of Tennessee, "that these regions are so sparsely settled. Here is land suited to all tastes. If these fertile valleys lay further north, they would be waving with abundant harvest. If further north, these hillsides would be clothed with flocks and herds, and these mountains would be honeycombed by the miner's shaft. Yonder mountain torrent might be turning many a wheel. These wooded heights could supply timber for a nation." "Why don't folks come here to live?" asked Jenkins, much puzzled. "Many are ignorant of Southern advantages," said White. "Some of the Northern people think that because Kentucky and Tennessee are in the South, therefore the climate is exceedingly hot." "I wish they might get a whiff of this mountain air just now," I interposed. "However, I think that which prejudices most people against the South, if indeed they are prejudiced, is not the climate, nor the ignorance of Southern advantages, but the unsettled condition of Southern affairs, political, social, and financial. "I'd like to see the investment of a fair amount of Northern capital here, if only as an experiment," suggested White. "I believe that such an investment would do much to promote a kindly feeling between the two sections of the country. It would give stability to Southern enterprise and confidence in Southern commerce." "Let us take note of some of the chief resources as we proceed upon our camping trip," said I to White. "Perhaps some of our diversions will make us unconsciously aware of them," he replied. Soon conversation lagged, and hour after hour we gazed silently at the swift-passing landscape. Across dizzy trestles and into the blackness of murky tunnels we plunged, the train swaying and creaking under the strain of sharp curves and high rate of speed. Through the dark shade of forest, and out again among the broad savannas and flower-spangled fields, beside cool lakes that listlessly lapped their white-sanded shores and gleamed like molten brass in the morning sun, with a cabin here and cotton-field there, and an orange-grove in the interval, rushed the famous Southern Flyer, belching volumes of sooty smoke and shrieking through the quiet farmlands like pandemonium let loose. As time passed, the scenes became monotonous. Only here and there an object attracted our attention. Then all objects blur. The rattle of the train becomes indistinct. We rouse up to find that we have been dozing. End of Section 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 7 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, A Day in St. Augustine. "Did you say that we are to spend but one day in St. Augustine?" said I, as we alighted from the train. "Why, it will take several days to see all the points of interest." "But we came to camp out, not to tire ourselves with sightseeing," replied White. "If you knew the price of hotel accommodations, I think you would change your several days plan. At any rate, we can judge more accurately how long it will take us after we have started. Come, the day is yet new. Let us away to the plaza." "Afoot or by carriage?" "By carriage. A great suggestion from one who is trying to rough it." "No, the distance is not great. We shall walk." "Wait for Tiger and me," pleaded Jenkins, who seemed to be vainly striving to recall something. "Brother," I exclaimed impatiently, "what do you want of him, anyhow?" But Jenkins was gone, and there was no choice but to wait. At last we were started, and an impossible array we must have made. 3 soldiers bold and a yellow dog. 1,000 times that day I wished that the one who had curtailed the dog had begun at the other end of the cur's anatomy. Oblivious of my untoward desires, Tiger was reveling in his newly found liberty, chucked full of canine joy from heart to bark. He careered about Jenkins like a steam merry-go-round, winding Jenkins in the chain, tripping up passing pedestrians, and getting in everybody's way. 10 minutes' walk brought us to the plaza, where we threw ourselves upon a rustic seat to enjoy the refreshing shade. Jenkins hitched Tiger to a tree before he dared to give heed to his surroundings. "What's that over there?" said Jenkins at length, indicating with his forefinger a white-pillared building open at the sides. "That's what is sometimes called the Slave Mart," quoth White. "What do they call it?" "Look at Tiger," I interposed. "He's chewing up that tree, and here comes a copper." Jenkins made a lunge for the dog. "Let's hurry across to the cathedral," suggested White. "Perhaps the policeman has not noticed us yet." Jenkins was not loath to be gone. The cathedral reached, and no one interposing, we stationed Jenkins and Tiger in a shadowy corner of the vestibule, while White and I proceeded to explore the nave. As our eyes became more accustomed to the dim light, we began to discern some of the paintings which graced the walls. I knew that White had very decided artistic tastes. He seemed to be studying some of the scenes from the Passion Week. I knew nothing of sacred art, and cared little for it, but I ventured to ask my companion how he liked the pictures. "I don't like them." "Aren't they well painted?" "Yes, fairly well. But what I object to is the artist's ideal." I waited silently for him to proceed. "Just see how the chief figure in all these paintings is depicted. Everywhere he is portrayed as a suffering, rejected, maltreated man. His face is furrowed with anguish. His brow is gory or covered with bloody sweat. While not wishing to minimize his sufferings, I believe that a great mistake is made by choosing only scenes from the Passion Week. I'd like to see depicted somewhere hereabout the radiant Christ. I'd show him as he appeared transfigured, or as he said, 'It is I, be not afraid,' or as he stretched out his hands to bless his disciples and was thus parted from them. I'd picture him in all the nobility of perfect manhood, in the power of omnipotence, the majestic sweetness of infinite love, the effulgence of divine glory." "It's a pity you were not an artist, or a preacher," I laughed. "Perhaps that copper has forgotten Jenkins by this time. Shall we venture forth again?" My companion glanced for a moment at the far end of the room, where an embankment of snowy marble, brilliant with lighted candles, faded into the shadows of the dark-tinted gable. Then he drew a long breath and said, "I'm ready." Along Charlotte Street, with its quaint white-plastered houses and high-walled gardens, then eastward along a yet narrower street we hastened, Tyga in the lead, closely followed by Jenkins. A half-hour sped quickly amid the curious of the Vedder Museum. Then, having partaken of a lunch at a nearby restaurant, we sauntered leisurely toward the grounds of the Ponce de Leon. Here White insisted upon leaving us, in order that he might complete arrangements for our trip. He had scarcely gone when Jenkins announced his determination to return to the depot. "What's the matter, Jenkins?" said I. "You're not sick?" "Doggone it, Tyga has taken his exercise at my expense, I fear." "Well, I'll see you at train time." When they had gone, I threw myself down upon a stone seat in a cool corridor overlooking an inner court of the Ponce de Leon. In a dream-like stupor, I languidly drank in the beauty of the scene. The patch of sky visible above the court is of as delicate and stainless a blue as that which arches above Seville or Madrid, thought I. Against this bit of sky as a background rose domes and pinnacles, fair visions in gray stone and red tiling. Lost in vague fancies, I fell to wondering what the scene lacked to make it genuinely Spanish. In yonder tower, I mused, near the top is an arched window opening upon a balcony, where, at the appointed hour, I might expect to hear the muezzin's call to prayer. The breeze that blows along this corridor is as balmy as the spice-laden zephyr which fans the Mediterranean. The fountain yonder in the court plays as fitfully and sparkles as delightfully as did any fountain in old Granada. By its side springs the jasmine, the oleander, the palm. The heavy aroma of 1,000 flowers is in the air. Yonder flits the blue-hued cardinal, and among the thick leaves of the fig tree the mocking-bird will sing its vesper hymn. Had I but a few ruins here to feed my fancy, I'd people this place with the lords and ladies of long ago. I'd have this colonnade resounding with the tread of armed men, while every room and passageway would be rich in treasured legend, every court and pillar would bear the name and escutcheon of some doughty warrior of the past. Ah, time, thou art the great romancer. Without thy transforming touch, the graceful pillar, the tessellated floor, the marble basin are but commonplace and low. I was aroused from my reverie by White's return. "Why, old man, have you been asleep?" he said. "I may have dozed a little," said I, viewing him with drowsy eyes. "Dozed a little? If you knew how I have been shaking you for the last 2 minutes, you'd say it was a pretty heavy doze. I hope that you are rested sufficiently so that you can enjoy Fort Marion this afternoon." "What time does our train start?" "It is scheduled to leave at 6:15. That'll give us 2 hours at Fort Marion if we hasten." "How much will it give us if we don't hasten?" returned I, rising lazily. "You don't look extremely ambitious, that's a fact," laughed White. "Nor do I feel so." Proceeding up St. George Street, we caught a glimpse of the old city gateway, with a remnant of the wall. Then down we swept upon the fort. After exploring the room from which 2 famous Seminole chiefs made their escape, we joined a party which the guide seemed about to conduct through the far-famed dungeon. The guide stood parleying about his reliability and the great accommodation he was showing, until a portly gentleman of the party slipped $1 into the not unwilling hand. Then the procession started, the guide and the portly gentleman in the lead. Through a shadowy room, and then through a narrow passageway, plunged the procession. At the end of the passageway the guide disappeared through a door, if indeed an opening 2 feet square could be dignified by that term. The portly gentleman was bidden to follow the guide, but weighty objections were offered. Finally, by dint of much urging on the part of the guide, and much kicking, puffing, and shuffling on the part of the portly gentleman, the deed was done. A rubicund face, wet with moisture, showed through the gloom next to the face of the guide. One by one, nearly the whole party scraped through the opening in the wall, and dropped to the ground some 5 feet below. "What if you all was 'ere for keeps?" said the guide, showing his first appreciation of the humor of the situation by a slight twitching of the ends of his mustache. "Don't they tell some frightful stories about skeletons they found when the dungeon was discovered?" queried one of the ladies, who had contented herself with remaining above at the opening, and was now straining her eyes to see all that was revealed by the small circle of light from the torch in the murky blackness. "Oh, Bess, don't ask such questions, or I'll faint," responded another feminine voice. "Well, now," began the guide with his characteristic drawl, "I ain't much on stories, but," he added with a twinkle in his eye, looking toward the fair auditors above, "they do tell that the Spanishes had several iron cages hung up around the wall, and skeletons." Here a piercing shriek interrupted the speaker, and feminine heads were hastily withdrawn from our view. Then, seeing that the portly gentleman betrayed interest, the guide proceeded to relate a harrowing tale of what he had "heerd" from a former guide. The dank, murky air seemed to lend color to the tale, and after a moment of gruesome silence, an unnatural voice above our heads exclaimed, "Oh, Arthur, hadn't you better come back now?" Our stout friend, perhaps remembering the figure he had cut while entering the dungeon, politely insisted that the rest of the party should precede him. As we emerged into the outer light, we heard sundry grunts and sounds of scraping and shuffling, which proceeded from the mouth of the dungeon. "That's the haunt our guide told us about," said I. "Undoubtedly," laughed White. "Come, let us take a look at the harbor while the guide is extricating the lost spirit from his prison-house. May all the shades help him." Mounting a watchtower that was scarred by many a hostile shot, we gazed skyward and seaward. The ocean was a dazzling sheen of sunlit crests and mirror-like troughs. Fascinated, I watched the eager onslaught of the waves upon the unyielding sea-wall. "Anastasia Island," said White, pointing to a luxuriant oasis in the waste of the waters. Thither numerous waterfowl were winging their course. snow-white cranes, noisy geese, herons, snipe, and an endless variety of fishing birds. With clamorous flight, they were early seeking shelter, and soon the island was alive with fluttering, screaming, restless rest-seekers. With every new arrival, there was a local stir, perhaps a short encounter if quarters were too crowded, the vanquished seeking other accommodations. Gradually, the arrival of flocks lessened in frequency, and as the sun sank lower, quiet prevailed upon the island, save for the outcry of some malcontent who found himself uneasily perched and must needs jostle and flutter a little to see that he had his full share of the tree. The dying breeze wafted to shore boats laden with pleasure-seekers and fishermen. White watched them thoughtfully. "A penny for your thoughts," said I, noting the faraway look in his eyes. "You value them too highly. I was just thinking over some of my past experiences. Years of youth are much like the boats you see yonder. Flitting like white-sailed ships they come, and when seen near at hand, some are found to be laden to the water's edge with sorrow and hardship, while others shall haste joyously over the bounding billows to pour a gleaming cargo of blessings upon the white sands of a pure life." "May yours ever be the latter sort," I exclaimed. "Thanks, old man, but it takes both kinds to make manhood." Silently we watched the sun until it was a great ball of fire cooling itself in the ocean, and dazzling the eyes of curious onlookers by a path of gold leading far, far away to where the sea melted into the stainless blue of the summer sky. There, far out of the sight of man, the sun would dip himself among the mosses and coral reefs, and lave his fevered brow after the weary day. "Come," said White finally, "we must go now, or miss our train." "By the way," said my companion, as we were turning from the fort, "if anyone is looking for a sermon in stone, yonder is a good one." "I see a fig tree growing out of the wall of the fort," I replied. "But where's the sermon?" "The sermon must be in yourself, I suppose." It impressed me that the fig tree, by its silent natural growth, had accomplished what all the old-time cannon with their noise and bluster had failed to do. For you see that the wall of the fort is crumbling. "Well, White, I guess that I'll look for the fig trees and let you look for the sermons. I've always had considerable sympathy for the materialistic man who thought he had found a printer's blunder, declaring that anyone should know that no sane author intended to write sermons in stones and books in running brooks, but what was intended was sermons in books and stones in running brooks. Save the rest of your jokes, and I'll save my sermons until after we have caught the train." Thus my companion as we hurried from the fort. End of Section 7, read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 8 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Halifax by the Sea. It was 6:10 when we had found Jenkins, and our tickets were purchased. Then Jenkins must needs stow away his canine friend in the baggage car. It was then 6:20, but still the train waited. The engine was panting slowly, as if eager for the start. The engineer was leaning expectantly from his cab window. The fireman was making inroads upon the high-piled pine. But still the conductor sauntered leisurely up and down the platform, seemingly careless of the flight of the moments. 10 more minutes passed thus, and the passengers within the train began to grow uneasy. "Why are we waiting, White?" said I, nervously viewing the proceedings from the car platform. "Bus bringing important party," volunteered a nearby brakeman. Forthwith, Rounding the corner just east of the depot came a well-filled bus, the horses on the gallop, and our friend, the portly gentleman, much perturbed. "If you'd missed this train," ejaculated the latter, jumping to the pavement and shaking his fist angrily at the driver, "I'd have lost $200, and you'd have lost your job. I knowed they'd wait for us, seeing as you had that 'ere section in the Pullman, and seeing as you were going to take the boat at Miami." Somewhat soothed by this conciliatory address, the portly gentleman walked leisurely to his apartments in the rear of the train. The other passengers rushed frantically to their places, save for the negroes, who of course had gone in quietly and had remained obediently within their crowded domain, only betraying their curiosity by thrusting their woolly heads out of the window and rolling their dark eyes in response to the intelligence received from without. Once we were started, great was our sense of relief. On we rushed, the engineer striving by increased speed to make up for lost time. The puffings of the engine, which at first had been slow and distinct, now became one continuous roar. The cars creaked, rattled, and swayed. The smoke rolled in black volumes past the car window. On we sped, on through dark morasses with thick-growing cypress and water oak, then out again upon the white sands of some upland region, with its sparse-growing pines and palmetto thickets. Now skirting an orange grove, arched by the great spreading arms of magnificent live oaks and pierced here and there by the straight shafts of feathery-topped palmettos. Here a glimpse of a villa, embowered in roses and half hidden by shrubbery. There a quaint white-pillared chapel, nestling among palms and surrounded by gravel walks. Here a river tortuously wandering amid tangled vegetation. There a lagoon mirroring the fast-sinking sun in its sluggish depths. A village, a group of idle loungers lolling on the platform of a ramshackle depot, and watching with lazy interest the swift-passing train. A cotton field, the workers singing and swinging their dinner buckets as they start homeward. Another landscape mellow and indistinct in the fast decreasing light. A more distinct roar from the engine, a louder rattle of wheels, a puff of murky smoke, a shower of cinders. The conductor had entered, followed by the trainmen, who quickly lighted the lamps. White presented the tickets for the three of us. The conductor looked at us searchingly, frowned, and seemed about to say something unpleasant. "Aren't the tickets good?" said I, apprehensively. "Yes," said the conductor, and passed on. An old lady across the aisle seemed to be in a disagreeable humor, and, judging by her gestures, had taken a particular aversion to us or someone near us. As the conductor was taking her ticket, she remarked, in a tone that was meant to be heard throughout that section of the car, "Some folks'll have to be learnt their place before they'll stay where they belong." "I think I'll ask the old shrew if there's anything about us that is distasteful to her," I whispered to White. "But then, I don't blame her for disliking Jenkins' appearance." "Don't bother yourself," came the reply in an undertone. The conductor seemed to think that the least said was soonest mended, and perhaps we had better conduct ourselves in a similar fashion. "All right. But come, tell me something about our destination. Where and what is this Daytona for which we have purchased our tickets?" "Daytona is the nearest railroad station to our objective point. I learned that Halifax on the beach is a favored camping and bathing resort. Charges reasonable, good hunting and fishing. I thought the ocean breeze might prove grateful to us until our trip is more perfectly planned. A tent and necessary cooking utensils, which I purchased in St. Augustine, are with our grips in the baggage car." Still we thundered on. The night grew dark without. Then a pale moon streamed its solemn light above the trees. "Daytona! Daytona!" shouted the brakeman and the conductor from opposite ends of the car almost simultaneously. A few moments of confusion, while the cries of porters and hackmen mingled with the hiss of escaping steam. Then we climbed into one of the waiting hacks, the hackman, meanwhile, muttering a choice collection of oaths anent the heaviness of some people's baggage. Taiga enjoyed the distinction of being tied to the back axle of the hack. A short drive through the deep white sand, with the new moon casting weird shadows all about us, brought us to a slight hillock, ascending which the roar of the waves suddenly burst upon our ears, and a moment later there lay before us, stretching far as eye could reach, the sea, majestically lifting its crests in the white moonlight. Its cooling breezes fanned away our weariness. "Hotel Halifax," announced the driver. "Here's where we'll stay until we choose a place to pitch our tent," announced White. "Unless," he added, addressing me, "unless you would rather spread the tent tonight." "No, thanks. I'm sleepy and hungry as an alligator." "You're getting acclimated already in your similes, I see." "Well, let's go in, or rather, perhaps you had better go in while I tie up this refractory bundle and while Jenkins is untying his refractory dog." "A room for 3?" said the jolly hotel clerk. "Why, yes, I reckon so. Rest of party here?" White and Jenkins entered. The clerk scanned them narrowly. "I beg pardon, did you say room for 3?" "Yes." "Sorry, but our rules are very strict. You'd have to let your servants sleep in the servants' quarters. We can give 2 of you a room or a suite as you prefer." I had to laugh outright. It had often occurred to me that Jenkins' appearance was not prepossessing. But for him to be taken as a servant, well, I could scarcely recover from my laughing spell sufficiently to make it intelligible that Jenkins was not our serving man. The clerk did not appear satisfied. "Sorry, sir," he said finally, "but we're very much crowded now." I knew that he was lying, for the register showed very few names. My levity vanished in a moment. Angry at the implied insult, I replied, "Though we were 10 times as tired and hungry as we now are, we would not accept the accommodations of your hotel." "There's no other hotel nearby," suggested the clerk, but I feigned not to hear. "Come, White," said I, "there seems to be no other way but to tent out tonight." "All right. We might as well begin now as any time to rough it." Accordingly, we culled a lunch from our camping provisions, throwing a bite now and then to the dog, who seemed as hungry as any of his companions. On a site not far distant from the hotel grounds, we stretched out tent. Far into the night our axe rang out as it hewed and drove the driftwood stakes. Then, finally, too exhausted to speak, we wrapped ourselves in our blankets and slept. A week sped quickly by. We hunted and fished, gathered oysters, searched for the curious shells, rare mosses and ferns. Surf bathing and an occasional row upon the river added relish to our stay. Gradually I began to become acquainted with some of the cottagers nearby. Some of the young people visited our tent occasionally to see our shell collection, or to bring an invitation for an evening's outing. White, however, seemed to prefer hunting to social engagements. I could not understand why one capable of being a social leader should not desire to shine in these social circles as he had done so frequently in the North. At length there came an especially urgent invitation to a moonlight sail along the Halifax. In it White was included, though none of the party had met him as yet. He had no excuse, which seemed sufficient to necessitate his remaining away, so he reluctantly gave his consent. Our toilet preparations were elaborate. Jenkins seemed especially desirous of making a good impression. So painstaking indeed was he that White and I had both completed our preparations and were nervously waiting for our tent mate when an unforeseen catastrophe occurred. Taiga was watching apprehensively as his master carefully adjusted his tie. A rabbit stole through the underbrush back of our tent. At a single bound, the dog was out of the tent, overturning in its exit a basin of wash water, and sadly bespattering Jenkins' linen. I had never seen Jenkins angry before. "The horrid brute!" he exclaimed, his face flushing, for the first time probably in many a year. Grabbing my rifle, he gave chase. Realizing that a tragedy was about to occur, White and I watched the proceeding from the tent door. For a few rods, Jenkins followed closely at the heels of Taiga. Then, as the palmetto thicket became more dense, seeming to realize the futility of his hunt, he returned, much dejected and bedraggled, to the tent. "We cannot wait longer for Jenkins," said I, glancing at my watch. "Why, it's time for the boat to start now. Come on, White, let's be gone at once." "No, I believe I'll wait for Jenkins." "I'm going to stay here, doggone it," announced Jenkins disappointedly. "Mr. White, I can take care of the tent alone." As White and I stepped aboard the boat a few moments later, I was rallied by several members of the party because of my tardiness. My apologies were profuse. I stated that a slight accident to Jenkins had detained us, and that we would not have come at all had we not thought that all the party would be waiting for us. Then, as the boat swung away from her moorings, I formally introduced White to the various members of the party. I could not help admiring his grace and courtesy while the formalities were in progress. He conversed fluently with those who sat nearest him, and seemed to be at his best. It soon became apparent, however, that the attitude of the company toward us was not the most cordial. "Did we keep you waiting long?" I asked of a dark-eyed damsel with whom I had considered myself pretty well acquainted. "No," distantly. "We were unavoidably detained." For answer there was silence. Then the dark-eyed damsel fell into lively conversation with a girl nearby, for whom I knew she had no liking. White and I then found ourselves sitting apart, while the others jested and whispered among themselves. I had a vague suspicion that some of the jests were at our expense. Music came as a relief to our embarrassment. A mandolin, guitar, and many voices joined in familiar airs. Way down upon the Swanee River mingled with some rollicking college songs. Then the instruments struck up the Virginia reel, to which one young blood insisted upon dancing, despite the boatman's orders to the contrary. For this he paid dearly. When, in his varied evolutions, he approached the side of the boat, the yard arm swung around suddenly, striking him a stinging blow in the chest, and seating him with more ease than grace upon his lady's lap. There was naturally much merriment for a time, at the expense of the unfortunate youth. By and by, some patriotic maiden started "Maryland, My Maryland," and then it was only natural that "Dixie" should be the next choice. In this all joined with more enthusiasm than had greeted any other song. I was astonished at the wave of feeling that swept down upon this little company and bore them high upon its bosom as they sang this hymn so dear to the Southern heart. Again and again they sang the chorus until all were too tired or too hoarse to sing it more. "Oh, Sue, can't you recite something for us?" chorused a number of girls. After some demur, a tall brunette leaned forward, so as to command a view of all in the boat, and began, "In southern seas there is an isle where earth and sky forever smile, where storms cast not their sombre hue upon the welkin's holy blue, where clouds of blessed incense rise from myriad flowers of myriad dyes, and strange bright birds glance through the bowers like mingled stars or mingled flowers. O dear one, would it were our lot to dwell upon this lovely spot, to stray through woods with blossoms starred, bright as the dream of seer or bard, to hear each other's whispered words mid the wild notes of tropic birds, and deem our lives in these bright bowers one glorious dream of love and flowers." "Beautiful! Exquisite!" commented some of the girls. "Can't you give us something sort of cooling? I'm warm," said Larry, the dancer. Another laugh was enjoyed at the expense of Larry. "Why," answered the brunette, "there's a little poem I wrote the first time I ever saw snow. It was when I was up north on a visit last winter." "Good," said Larry. "Give it," echoed several others. "Let me see. It is entitled Old Boreas. Oh, this is the time when old Boreas roars and rattles the windows and shakes at the doors. He gathers the snow in his dark shaggy mane, and then, with a whisk, shakes it all out again, while often at night you awaken with fear, and shuddering list to his roaring so near. Aha, laughs old Boreas, winter is here. Then stir up the embers, and let them not die. Yes, pile on the logs till the red flames leap high. Then draw up a chair to the warm fire's glow, and list to a tale of the days long ago, while grandfather tells you adventures of old, while fancy's fond pictures in embers you mold. Aha, you laugh, Boreas, come with your cold." The rest of the sail was enlivened by conundrums and small talk in which White and I took no part. I had hoped that with the singing and general merrymaking the stiffness would gradually wear away, but it did not, and I was heartily glad when we were in our tent again. Neither of us spoke as we were preparing for sleep. For some time I tossed about trying to compose my mind after we had retired, but finding my efforts were vain, I finally blurted out, "White, I can't imagine what made those folks so icy cold all of a sudden. It must be something besides our tardiness." "Oh, don't bother your head longer about it," said White sleepily. "I knew the habit I have of queering things, and you didn't. I'm sorry on your account that I went." "Not so fast there, old man. I won't hear you talk thus of yourself. Your manner was as genial and your conversation as refined as that of a—" "Ward politician?" suggested White. "Yes, a successful politician," laughed I. "But I know that there must have been some misunderstanding back of all this strange conduct, and I mean to find out tomorrow what it is." "Well, it's almost tomorrow now, so you had better go to sleep. Good night." "Good night." We lingered another week at the coast, and the attitude of the social world did not change. There were clambakes, bathing parties, tally-ho rides. There were dainty tea parties and lawn fetes without the lawn, for Florida sand and salt spray are not productive of lawns. But to none of these were we invited. I worried, and White said I was growing thin. I addressed many a spirited polemic to myself and tent-mates upon the confounded obstinacy of some folks. I questioned some of the young people whom I chanced to meet, but got only evasive answers. White looked grave. Jenkins sulked. Then, at the end of the week of disappointment, White suggested that perhaps we had remained long enough at the seashore, a suggestion which received my hearty second. and Jenkins's silence gave consent. At Daytona, Jenkins suddenly brightened. "Doggone it, I'm going home," he announced. "I never did like the South, and never shall." "Oh, don't be in a hurry," said White. "We'll have better fortune now. In the interior we expect to get a shot at some wildcats, and perhaps a bear or two can be found to try Taiga's mettle." Jenkins shook his head dolefully. "I fear Taiga never will make a good hunter." When the train pulled out, we left Jenkins and Taiga on the depot platform. The former waved his hand. The latter barked a hearty farewell. After a long sigh, I said, "What a relief! We're rid of both of them." "Yes," said White, "but do you know that I feel sorry for Jenkins? Poor fellow! If he would only get some work of his size, and stick to it, he'd be all right." End of Section 8. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 9 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Camp Life. After a 3-hour ride on the train, we took passage on a riverboat. A romantic trip it was along the winding Ocklawaha, rounding seemingly impossible curves, plying in and out among encroaching debris. The journey at night was fascinating and weird because of the wildness of the surroundings and the strange freaks of the moonlight. But by day, the scenes were beyond parallel. On we went, past shadowy depths of dark foliage, on past giant trees which all but locked their moss-enshrouded arms across the stream. Over our heads the towering and tenebrous boughs of the cypress met in a dusky arch, and the trailing mosses, high in air, waved like banners that hang on the walls of ancient cathedrals. Longfellow's Evangeline. Our camp was pitched on one of the pine uplands abutting on a shadowy lagoon. Here we hunted and fished, content with our solitary life and the simple diet furnished by gun and rod. Our sylvan life gave opportunity for thought, and very naturally my mind turned toward that which, a short time before, had engrossed so much of my time and thought. I longed for the opportunity to see Mr. Esson and go over the details of the flight and capture of the young mulatto I had tried to befriend. One circumstance which Mr. Esson had recorded in his letter inspired me with hope, although I must confess that it was somewhat of a forlorn hope. That was the fact that the overseer was not satisfied regarding the mulatto's death. His words, "I will travel from ocean to ocean and from pole to pole until I am assured of the death or capture of the Negro and his accomplice," kept ringing through my mind. Somewhere, then, this overseer was searching for the unfortunate roustabout. Suddenly there flashed over me the conviction that I had seen the overseer somewhere since that memorable afternoon upon the wharf. I pondered over this conviction for some time, but seemed to be unable to give myself a satisfactory reason for it. The whole subject was so much in my mind that I decided to speak of it to White. Accordingly, one night, as we lay stretched out before our campfire after a hard day's hunt, I broached the subject to him. I spared not a single detail, reciting even those incidents of the flight when I was ignominiously neglectful of my duty toward my ward. White's face was shaded by his hat during most of the monologue to which I treated him. But when he looked up at the close of my story, his face was full of sympathy. "Harold," said he, for the first time calling me by my first name, "Harold, We'll run across that young roustabout some of these days. I'm quite of your opinion that the overseer must—" "Hold!" said I, interrupting. "I have another revelation. Even as you speak, there flashes before me the solution of a problem that has been bothering me all day. Yes, for several days. Stanton, you also have seen this overseer. You saw him commencement day. He was treated as our guest of honor. He was none other than the traveling man that was mistaken for our college benefactor." "Ah!" exclaimed White excitedly. "Then he is still of the opinion that you and the roustabout are above the sod." "Yes, and it isn't the most comfortable thing in the world to consider that he came so very near finding me. I'd like pretty well to see Mr. Esson. I've no doubt that he knows more of this matter than he revealed in his letter." "We shall doubtless be able to call there before we return, if you desire it so much. We must not lose sight of the fact, however, that we have other objects which are of some importance. You know this is to be an outing for both of us, so we must not let worry defeat this purpose. Again, we are to study at first hand the social conditions of the Negro, and are to try to discover means for the uplift of this race. Finally, we are to notice as we travel some of the resources of the South which would commend it as a haven for the home-seeker and a place for the investment of Northern capital." For 2 weeks longer we remained complacently at the place where the little river steamer had left us. We looked not on the face of man. Then a sudden dread laid hold on me. The very silence of the forest, broken only by the hoot of owl or the cry of wild beast, became oppressive to me. "Stanton," said I finally, "some people may enjoy solitude, but I was not cut out for an ascetic. If I am to die, I wish to die immersed in life, not in desolation. I didn't know that you were even ill, not to mention dying. You never looked heartier in your life. Outdoor life surely agrees with you." "No, I'm not sick, only at heart. Just think of the thousands of cities in this world, with their innumerable workshops and factories, their chimneys belching smoke, their blast furnaces lurid with flames, their machinery rushing and roaring, their employees toiling amid the dust and din and darkness, bending all their energies toward producing something of material benefit to the world. The humblest workman is a sharer in the great mechanism of life. He takes up the material that another has fitted for his hand. He fashions it for yet another's hand, thus filling a small place among his fellow workmen, as well as in the great workaday world. But think of us, away out here in a trackless forest, completely out of touch with our fellow beings." "Oh, I am not afraid. You needn't think that. I was afraid when we first came here. Uncanny forebodings laid hold upon me. Now all that is gone. In the silence of the night I am sometimes awakened with the thought that I'm back again among the activities of life, back at home or back in some city, back with a purpose to be of some use in the world, to accomplish something that is worth while. I'm sick and tired of being useless." "I'm mighty glad to hear you say that," said White smilingly. "Yet we must be cautious lest the brain and heart outrun the physical powers." "Bother caution! I tell you we must move, or I'll simply burn up desiring to be rid of this kind of existence." "All right, we'll strike tent today. I most thoroughly sympathize with your desire to have a share in the world's work. I believe that this spirit of dissatisfaction with our present lot is a divinely implanted spirit. Thereby, if you will pardon me for seeming to moralize for a moment, thereby we are prompted to continual advancement. We cannot gain the highest satisfaction unless we know that the task in hand is worthy of the greatest expenditure, the highest motive. I believe, Harold, that you will be given such a task." White had scarcely finished his sermonette when there was a sound of snapping twigs near our tent. Jumping to our feet, we waited the approach of the intruder with our rifles in readiness. A human form stepped out from behind a tree and advanced toward us, then halted as we brought our guns to our shoulders. Perceiving this alarm, we bade him stand and give an account of himself. He was an old, gray-bearded Negro, unarmed save for the axe he carried upon his shoulder. His garments were patched. His shoes were evidently intended for someone else. An old felt hat, which doubtless at some time had possessed some distinctive form, but now had degenerated into an irregular, conical covering for the back of his head, was pushed up from a broad, wrinkled brow. As soon as he could recover his voice, he stammered, "For the law's sake, gemmen, don't shoot a po' harmless old nigger." I judged that the loss of his front teeth caused his lisp. "That's all right," said Stanton reassuringly. "We are just campers and won't hurt you. Where do you live?" "Over there, Peace." "Peace," said he, pointing southward. "Good," I replied. "We'll pack our tent in a hurry and have you show us the way out of these woods." "That just what we all could do," said the Negro, seemingly much relieved by the thought of some work ahead. "Ha, ha, yaw!" he guffawed. "I done thought my time had come for show." He then went off into a series of chuckles and grimaces from which he did not recover until Stanton recalled him to the present by bidding him lend assistance at packing our belongings. It was marvelous what activity the old Negro possessed, and in an incredibly short time the tent and the satchels were ready. For 3 hours we walked through a maze of timberland and undergrowth, then gradually emerged into a clearing in the midst of which stood a diminutive cabin with a lean-to woodshed in the rear. The sides of the cabin were of rough pine boards, weather-beaten and warped, placed upright, and having the intervening cracks covered by lath, which evidently dated from a later period. At one end of the cabin was a huge brick chimney rising several feet above the palmetto-thatched roof. The building boasted a front door and one window. About 10 feet in front of the door was a large orange tree, in the shade of which several children were playing. The two smallest had no encumbrance in the way of clothing. A girl of about 5 and a boy of 8 were clad in the conventional garb I had noticed many times before in the South. It consisted of a burlap bag in which holes for the neck and arms had been cut out, and which was curtailed to suit the length of the wearer, it being considered good form to have the body covered nearly to the knees. All this I observed in passing. I noticed also a red-turbaned woman standing by a great stump beyond the orange tree. By the stump stood a wash-tub of clothes, evidently belonging to some well-to-do family. The turbaned woman was taking the clothes dripping from the tub and, laying them upon the stump, pounded them lustily with a large wooden paddle. "That's a Southern washboard," said Stanton, pointing to the stump. A coal-black lad of perhaps 12 years now broke away from the group under the orange tree, and came running toward the old Negro, calling as he came, "Oh, Grandpap, where's yo' goin'?" Then, not waiting for reply, "Lemme tote yo' axe, Grandpap. I done wished I had guns so I could go huntin'. Lots of rabbits round here. I done see 'em all the time. Grandpap, you gimme gun, den I come along and see rabbit and go bang." This he illustrated by citing along both hands. "I see squirrel up in tree and go bang. I see gator down in swamp and go bang. I see wildcat and go bang. I see cow and go bang, and the cow jump 10 feet. I shoot bad nigger. I bring home wild turkey. He good with hoe cake." His eyes shone as he held up an imaginary dainty morsel, and then, after sundry loud smacks, swallowed it with evident relish. On he prattled without a moment's respite. "Grandpap, just feel my arm. I soon be big man. I'll be a knocker. I'll fight in the ring, and I'll knock every witchly person. They can't stand up against me. Here come long big nigger. I just go pop with my arm and he fall down. Here come white trash. I just go pop and knock him over. Here come man and give me lots of money, $10,100 perhaps. You go along, you, Samuel." "Samuel," said the old Negro, growing tired of the boy's prattle. "Oh, y'all's going to Mr. Essen's? I know, and I won't go along too." At the mention of Mr. Essen's name, White started and gave me a searching look, but evidently reading the surprise in my face, he said nothing. Samuel chattered on, unheeded, until we paused in front of a large, much-verandaed house, retiring amid luxuriant shrubbery. "We shall not trouble you further," said Stanton to the old Negro. "If you will but tell us the best path to the nearest village where we may replenish our food supplies and rest a little during the heat of the day." "No town near here, and y'all can rest here at the house." End of Section 9. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 10 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Plantation Life. A gentleman walked leisurely down from the house and approached us from a blossom-lined path. "How now, Uncle Boston? We have visitors, I see," he exclaimed cheerily as he came forward and extended a hand to each of us. "My name is Essen, as I suppose Uncle Boston has told you. Come right up to the piazza and have chairs in the shade. You are from the north, I presume?" "Why, yes," I replied. Noting the evident embarrassment of White, I did not introduce myself or companion, but simply remarked, "We're campers, and we wish to inquire the way to the nearest town, that we might replenish our food supply." "I myself used to live in the north," proceeded Mr. Essen, evading my question. "And I assume that anyone from there is a welcome visitor. Just step up to the porch, gentlemen. Boston, you and Samuel can have your dinner here with the servants, and then you can go to work in the clearing." Samuel's eyes danced at the mention of dinner, and he turned 2 handsprings in the direction of the kitchen before he noticed that Uncle Boston was being detained. "Boston," said Mr. Essen severely, "how was the bark peeled off these orange trees? It looks as if someone had driven through the yard with a wagon, and the hub had struck the trees." "Dat jeth what it looketh," said Uncle Boston, nodding his head emphatically. "Yes," continued Mr. Essen, looking down at the ground, "here are buggy tracks." "Dat the track of a buggy, sure enough." "These are the tracks of the horse. Rather large tracks. Must have been a large horse. It couldn't have been old man Hopkins' horse." "Couldn't have been," echoed Boston. "I'll tell you, Boston. I believe it was Squire White and his gray mare." "Dat who done it, for sure," exclaimed Uncle Boston, striking his thigh and speaking with such assurance as to cause Mr. Essen to look up in surprise. "Did you see him, Boston?" "No, sah, but dat am who surely done it. He done taught we all not know." And Boston went off into a series of chuckles from which he did not recover until Mr. Essen had ordered him back to the servants' apartments. "It is rather unusual that anyone should drive in any sort of vehicle through here," remarked Mr. Essen, when we all 3 had seated ourselves upon the piazza. "But if it was Squire White, I believe his action was for spite. You see, the squire lives alone upon the next plantation, and a very common condition in Florida is illustrated by our 2 plantations. My soil is, for the most part, rich hummock land, while his, though adjacent to mine, is all but worthless upland. It usually happens that the northerner buys the upland, either sight unseen or upon the recommendation of some real estate dealer. In this case, the tables are turned. Squire White lost all of his property soon after the Civil War, and he has not yet obtained sufficient funds to make much outlay in real estate. He bought this land, 200 acres in all, at an auction where it was sold for taxes. He has built himself a very snug little home from timber cut on his place, and combined with his pettifogging, he does a little market gardening, so that he is not in want. We have continued to be very good neighbors until about a month ago. Just about a month ago, when I was in the city, I saw some magazines which I thought the squire would like. I made arrangements to have them sent regularly to his address. This I did because I pitied his loneliness and wished, as you understand, to do him a real service. He went to the city and found out who sent the magazines, and I shall never forget in what a frenzy he rode up to my door that evening. I verily believe that if he had been armed, he'd have shot me dead. He took it as an insult to his family name that I should parade his indignance before a stranger in a distant city. Said he, "I may have the misfortune, sir, to be poor as far as money is concerned, but I'd have you understand that the best blood of the South flows in my veins." Then, before I realized what he was about, he was naming with evident pride his ancestry through the Lees back to Washington. My seeming indifference to the efficacy of such an argument angered him still more, and in spite of my repeated assurances that I meant no offense, he has ever since shown me how obnoxious one neighbor can be to another. I sent Boston with a note the other day requesting the return of some borrowed garden implements which I needed greatly. The squire threw an axe at him and bade him never appear on his premises again, on peril of his life. This barking of my choice orange trees is something of which I was not aware until just now. It must have been done last night. I beg your pardon, gentlemen, for thus introducing you at once into an altercation, but I confess that I am somewhat vexed by this last token of my neighbor's displeasure. "I'm very sure, sir," said Stanton, speaking with dignity, "that we wish for an early and happy settlement of so unfortunate a misunderstanding. I am not surprised, however, at your tale, for I have spent some little time in the South and could tell you many a similar story. To be frank, I believe that Southern pride can be wounded much more easily now than several years ago, because the Southerner is likely to attribute the slights he now receives to his misfortunes in and following the great civil struggle. I feel that the South has suffered much, perhaps more than we can ever realize, and I believe that we should exercise the utmost of patience and charity toward its people. The wounded bodies of the boys in gray have long since healed, not so their wounded pride. Some of them have drifted from a sense of definite injury to a state of morbid sensitiveness, which will require the most delicate handling. The South has begun to learn, however, that family name and distinguished ancestry will not answer for hard work and genuine worth in democratic America." "Your words reveal a better understanding of Southern life than your youthfulness would lead me to expect. I am glad that your more mature judgment has led you to share my views. Seeing your interest in this subject, I'd like to inquire what you think ought to be done with the American Negro." "Well, well," said our host, looking amused, "I had no idea that my acquiescence to what you just said would lay upon me the burden of answering a question that is engrossing the time and skill of our leading educators, philanthropists, and statesmen. I fear that I'd have to ask that you first state your question a little differently. I feel that what we are going to do with the American Negro is not so pertinent as what we are going to do for him, and what he is going to do for himself. He is here. He has become a permanent part of our population. The question is not of deportation, but of uplift. I see, however, that we shall not have time to discuss this matter further, for here come my little girls to remind us that the dinner hour has arrived." Stanton and I glanced up to see not the small maidens whom we had anticipated seeing, but two tall, beautiful girls, followed by the inevitable small brother. "I must beg your pardon, gentlemen. I have not yet learned your names. So interested have I been in discussing other matters with you." "My name is Stanton White, and this is Harold Edson." "Indeed! Why, Mr. Edson, why didn't you write me that you were coming? Afraid you'd disappoint me the second time, were you? Well, I'm glad you've come. Both of you are most welcome. Mr. Edson and Mr. White, this is my daughter, Miss Irma." The taller one of the two, a blonde with expressive blue eyes, advanced and cordially greeted us. "And this is my second daughter, Miss Zoe," continued our host, as a vivacious brunette smilingly accosted us. So captivating were the smiles that I scarcely noticed little Alan, a lad of 6, clad in a linen sailor suit, and his fair face wreathed in a wealth of yellow ringlets. The lad, however, seemed to unconsciously win his way into our hearts, and in a moment he had taken my hand and was explaining all about his pets and plans. Without delay we were ushered into the dining-room, and were seated to a sumptuous repast. "You see, my little girls have to act as housekeepers since their mother was taken away 5 years ago. Irma takes care of the house, while Zoe plans the meals. Of course they have help. Uncle Boston's nephew has a little house in the rear, and the whole tribe of Bostons help with the heavy work." Although I could not recall much of the table conversation, for a part in which I seemed to have no time, so good did the roast chicken and sweet potatoes taste after our camping experience, I remembered afterward that it was both refined and engaging. The girls were evidently well informed, and the little lad was cram full of amusing expressions and affectionate ways. Even the cook showed the special favor in which Alan was held by sending him a little pie, which the child insisted upon dividing with everyone at the table. Dinner over, Mr. Esson conducted us to the library, while the girls busied themselves with the dishes. I was not entirely prepared to see such a library. Shelf rose above shelf along one whole side of the room. The best classic literature and many books of reference were there. A set of textbooks, such as might have been in use in the best colleges 25 years before, occupied one section of the library. I opened one of them, and on the flyleaf read, "Silas P. Esson, Yale, 18 " "Quite a while since you were at Yale," I said more to myself than to my host. "It seems but a few years ago when I was playing the old Rugby game," he faltered in a disquieted fashion. He lit a cigar and puffed at it nervously for a moment, then threw it aside and excused himself from the room. "Evidently," said White, "his remembrance of college days is not so pleasant as ours." Mr. Esson returned in a few moments, and during the remainder of the afternoon he proved himself so companionable that it was nearly sunset when we became aware of the flight of time. Then the two young ladies appeared clad in white, and proposed that we all should go for a row upon the neighboring bayou. This invitation we were not loath to accept, and loosing a little skiff from beneath a gnarled cottonwood tree, we rowed leisurely down the little bayou until it expanded into a dark, shadowy lagoon, on whose shores I recognized our former camping place. Then back we came just as darkness wrapped us in her embrace. After supper we formed so merry a group upon the piazza that White seemed to forget that he had objected to being the guest of an unknown man. With laughter, jest, and song, the evening sped quickly. Not a suggestion was there of that coldness which fell upon another group one moonlight evening not long before. End of Chapter 10. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 11 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hunting the Alligator. Morn broke fair and cloudless. The mockingbirds waked the sun with their glad madrigals. From the topmost boughs of many a tree they poured a stream of music until all the air was thrilling with sweet melody. Cardinals, jays, and red-winged blackbirds thronged the tree-tops and shook the dew from many a leafy shrub. The calm of a restful night was upon us. We knew not what was forthcoming, but all nature was so glorious that no shadow fell upon our mental horizon. I began to whistle and then to sing a love ditty with such an astounding earnestness that Stanton hushed me lest my sonorous vibrations should waken the other occupants of the house. For it was yet early, and Stanton recognized my musical limitations. Our precautions, however, were unnecessary, for a moment later the breakfast bell rang. White and I were more prompt than Mr. Essen in appearing at the breakfast table. The latter excused his tardiness by stating that he had not heard the bell. He looked worn and jaded, as if he had passed a restless night. He ate little and failed to respond to any of the small talk of the table. "Mr. Edson," said our host when we were again in the library, "it is very fortunate that you young gentlemen came just at this time. If it suits your convenience, you can supply a much-felt need in our household. It is natural that I should desire for my children the best of schooling, but you know what these Florida schools are. I once heard a noted educator state that the Florida children run with their teacher for 5 months and with the calves for 7 months, and they unlearn more while with the calves for 7 months than they learn in the 5 months with the teacher. It has therefore come to pass that wealthier residents of the state send their children to private schools, and instead of trying to bring the public schools up to the standard of their requirements, they relegate the public schools to those who are too poverty-stricken to afford anything different, or too illiterate and indifferent to desire anything better. Wishing to hold myself aloof from patronizing either the public or private schools in their present condition, I myself have tutored my children. I realize, however, that many things have changed since I went to college. The girls should have better training than that which their father can give them. Accordingly, if they desire it, I mean to send them to some first-class Northern college. Before they can enter such an institution, it will be necessary to bring their knowledge up to date, in the accomplishment of which I shall be most happy to have your assistance. In the meantime, the estate is before you. Choose your own pastimes and haunts. Anything you see is yours. For today, I propose an alligator hunt. I know of a swamp about 4 miles from here where I think we can find some gators. I'll have Uncle Boston hitch the horse to the spring wagon, and we'll be off before the sun is hot. Papa, can I go? Thus said the fair-haired boy, who had been listening intently until now. Why, I don't know. If Mr. White and Mr. Edson think that you won't be in the way. Certainly. Let 'em go, said Stanton quickly. It's not so long since I was a boy. Allen looked his gratitude. The arrangements for the hunt were soon perfected. An hour's ride along a deep sanded road brought us to a swamp surrounded by water oaks. The approach to the swamp was difficult because of the deep slime, but the boat was soon launched by Uncle Boston, who waded deep into the slime and paved the way for those who followed by throwing down some loose boards. Then he went to stay with the horse while the rest of us embarked. Around and around the swamp we went, prodding everywhere in the soft ooze with our long-handled spears. The swamp was nearly traversed, and no excitement rewarded us. I was becoming skeptical as to the presence of alligators in the swamp, when I felt my spear graze something hard and rough. Immediately there was a quick movement in the water, and the chase had begun. Ripples showed Stanton where to guide the boat, while Mr. Essen and I thrust here and there with our spears. More swiftly we went, the gator swimming so smoothly that its position was judged with the utmost difficulty. "I hit him! I hit him! I've got him foul!" cried Mr. Essen excitedly. The boat quivers as if agitated by an earthquake. The water boils and rises in great waves. No need for oars now. Mr. Essen holds to his spear as if for dear life. The boat whirls and shoots to the other end of the pool as if traversing a race course. Then, turning abruptly, it flashes back again. The terrific speed suddenly slackens. "Look out for him! He's torn loose!" shouts Mr. Essen. The words are scarcely uttered when the head of the infuriated reptile appears at the side of the boat, dangerously near to Allen. The boy seizes an oar, and before anyone realizes the danger, he coolly aims a blow at the brute's head. A crash. The oar is wrenched from his grasp with such violence as to drag him over the side of the boat. Mr. Essen tries to rescue his boy, but too late. Sharp teeth crunch the lad's shoulder. With a never-to-be-forgotten look of terror, Allen struggles with his foe. A flash from Stanton's rifle, and the water is dyed with blood. Alligator and boy disappear from view. Mr. Essen and I sat for an instant, as if paralyzed. Not so Stanton. His jaw was firmly set. His eyes were riveted upon the spot where the boy sank. Flinging his rifle aside, he tore off his coat and grasped his hunting knife in his teeth. "Hold!" thundered Mr. Essen, detecting White's purpose. Stanton heeded him not. A sunny head appeared above the surface a little in front of the boat. Quick as thought, Stanton changed the direction of his leap, and a moment later both Stanton and the boy were safe within the boat. At that moment, I noticed that no less than 5 pairs of eyes were watching us from the water. "Quick!" said Mr. Essen, rousing himself from the contemplation of the pale face and motionless form. "Quick, or they'll overturn the boat!" I seized the remaining oar, and Stanton assisted with the butt of his rifle, so that without delay we were ashore. The blood was oozing from a dozen cruel teeth marks in the lad's shoulder when we laid him white and limp in the shade of a tree beside the swamp, while Uncle Boston was dispatched on horseback for the nearest doctor, 3 miles distant. Stanton at once gave attention to the boy. I stood and watched, not knowing what else to do. There appeared no flutter of the breath to reassure us. The father was busy chafing the limbs and rolling the boy from side to side. Putting the father gently aside, with a reassuring, "I'll bring him to if there is any life in him," Stanton quickly turned the lad upon his face, and placing one hand beneath the pale forehead, with the other he brought the tongue forward and thus freed the mouth of a quantity of muddy water. Then, turning him upon his back again, he tore open the clothing around the lad's neck. As the father resumed chafing the cold limbs, Stanton brought the arms quickly along the ground to the shoulder level. The bone of the injured arm grated in its socket. Stanton examined the shoulder narrowly. "Nasty fracture of the acromion," he muttered beneath his breath. "However, we shall have to keep on moving the arms at the risk of complications." 15 minutes gone. The eyes looked staring. No movement of eyelids, no flutter of breath. The lines of anxiety deepened in the father's face. Neither man relaxed his efforts. 20 minutes gone. A forlorn hope seemed to vanish into despair for the father. Wearied by his exertions, he buried his head in his hands dejectedly. He was roused by Stanton bidding him wrap the body in his own coat and in as many others as he could find. Still, the rhythmical movement of the arms intermitting with pressure upon the chest. "Bring cold water from the jug in the wagon and dash it in his face," said Stanton to me, not relaxing his efforts. "Then dry his face briskly," he added, as I hastened to obey. 25 minutes gone, and still no sign of life. The rhythmical movement was slightly increased in rapidity. Stanton now added to his other restorative efforts, blowing his own breath into the lad's mouth as he raised the arms. A slight quivering of the nostrils, a convulsive gasp, a faint shade of color mounted to the marble cheek, and thence to the forehead. Though at first intermittent and weak, as the efforts of the watchers were continued, the breathing became more steady, the blue eyes opened for an instant, and the pallid lips murmured, "Papa." Then, as if exhausted, he sank into a calm sleep from which he was not awakened until the doctor arrived. "Well, well, Essen," said the doctor, throwing himself from his foaming steed. "I feared by what Uncle Boston told me that the boy would be beyond reach when I arrived. Nasty place, these swamps, for anyone to get hurt. So much poison mixed up with the water and air that any accident is likely to be followed by a long spell of fever. Whew! Rather bad fracture of the acromion, and the body of the scapula much comminuted." "So Mr. White here seemed to observe," said Mr. Essen gravely. Dr. McPhail scanned Stanton narrowly. "You resuscitated him?" "Yes," said Stanton, and then added apologetically, "I worked for a year as orderly in a Philadelphia hospital." "You've saved his life," said the doctor admiringly. Mr. Essen seemed to grow 10 years younger in that moment. End of Section 11. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 12 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Shadows. At home, everything possible was done for the comfort of the suffering one. The girls, though at first alarmed by the accident, soon recovered poise and self-possession. Not so Mr. Essen. He did not appear at the breakfast table the following morning. Late in the afternoon, he came down and languidly seated himself in the parlor. The doctor, who was just making his visit, paused for a moment to give what seemed an admonition, and then, handing a bottle to Miss Irma, he gave his orders in a louder tone than I considered necessary, as I sat watching the procedure from the library. "Your father is to take 1 spoonful of this tonic every 2 hours until his nerves are better, and on no account is he to keep his room. He should be much out of doors, and should seek the companionship of others." Miss Irma looked troubled. Following the doctor out upon the piazza, she carried on a whispered conversation for some moments. Stanton also left the bedside of the boy long enough to speak a few hurried words to the doctor just as he drove away. It was as Dr. McPhail had feared. The deadly fever was upon the child, and, as Stanton afterward told me, the doctor entreated him to assume control of the household during this trying time, because it was feared that Mr. Essen was incapable of doing so. Shortly after the doctor's departure, Uncle Boston returned from the swamp, bringing the skin and teeth of a monstrous alligator. The girls had been too much absorbed in the need of the passing moment to ask the details of the tragedy of the previous day. But now they listened attentively to Uncle Boston's naive and graphic story, which he emphasized here and there by jerky gestures and rolling eyes. "And dith morning," said he, concluding his tale by an explanatory jerk of his thumb toward the hide and the teeth in the wagon, "dith morning, when I done gone to the thwomp, hear what this gemman drawn up on the side of the water. That bullet of Mr. White make his head too heavy, and he don't can't tote around no more. Then he lie down for a long rest." The old negro's usual series of chuckles was checked by Miss Zoe. "Take them away, Uncle Boston," said she, indicating with an impatient gesture the trophies of the hunt, "for it may be that those cruel teeth shall prove to be the death of my brother and my father." That evening a dead silence seemed to settle down upon the group around the supper table. Aunt Sarah, Uncle Boston's wife, sat with the boy while the rest of us ate. All hurried through the meal, with the exception of myself. I alone seemed to be unperturbed. As Stanton was about to rise from the table, Mr. Esson laid a detaining hand upon him. "I'd like to see you for a moment on the piazza," said he, in a voice that trembled in spite of its owner's effort to appear nonchalant. The conversation lasted for more than the time indicated by our host, and when Stanton returned, his chin was firmly set, and his eye was bright with the light of resolve. For several days I did not have an opportunity to ask what the momentous fact was which so sobered Stanton. But when I did ask, he put me off with, "I'll tell you sometime, old man, when you can be of service. It's a sorry business now, and everything seems to depend upon the recovery of the boy. Harold, I don't know whether you ever pray, but if you do, pray that the boy may be spared, for 2 lives depend upon his recovery." The days wore wearily on. The fair face of the boy was flushed, his eyes heavy. At times, in wild delirium, he went over the events of the day when he was injured. "We'll catch him yet. Watch me hit him in the head." Then, as his face assumed that never-to-be-forgotten expression, with wide-open eyes, he grappled with an unseen foe. "Save me!" he would cry in agonizing earnestness, attempting to rise from the pillow. And then, as Stanton's hand was placed soothingly on his heated brow, he'd sink back exhausted, murmuring, "Take me home. Please take me home." "It's too bad," said Stanton to me in our room one evening, after the fever had raged unabated for several days. "I'm afraid that the lad is going to slip away from us in spite of all we can do. This Dr. McPhail is doing his best, I believe, and he is a fine fellow. I like him. But these Southern doctors, graduates of Southern colleges, or else not graduates at all, as is the case with this doctor, are taught the use of only a few drugs, calomel, quinine, and strychnia. These they give in heroic doses, and what cannot be cured must be endured. If I but had some of the remedies used in the Philadelphia hospital where I worked, I believe that with my limited knowledge of therapeutics, I'd stand a good chance of pulling the lad through." "If you know so well what to give him, why don't you telegraph to St. Augustine or some other neighboring city and get the medicine?" "Well, if I had known what a serious time we were to have, I would surely have suggested some such plan to the family. But now I fear it is too late. The crisis will be tonight, and if he does not begin to mend by morning, all medical assistance will be of no avail." "Well, Stanton, in such a case as this, I really don't see what good prayers will do. I think less praying and more skill would work better than more praying with the present skill employed." Stanton shook his head. "Yes, that is often the way it appears to me. But many a time, with the utmost of skill employed, a patient slips away down the dark path, and again a patient who seems to be just as sick as the other one gets well in spite of everything that bungling doctors can do to hinder it. Truly, our lives seem at times to be suspended by a thread, and God alone can tell when that thread is to snap. Our times are in His hands," he quoted reverently. After a long pause, he continued, "Harold, we've never prayed together, although I am sure that you know of my faith in prayer. In this hour of need, let us both kneel, and if you care to voice a petition, I'll wait for you." Stanton waited until the silence became oppressive, and then proceeded. "O Thou, with whom is the power of life and death, we come to Thee tonight. Having exhausted human resources, we cast ourselves upon Thy mercy. Strengthen us for the hard demands that will come upon us, and if it shall please Thee to give back to the circle of those who love Him the fair young life which now hangs in the balance, we shall give Thee all the praise. Amen." "One thing more, Harold," continued Stanton, pausing with his hand upon the doorknob. "Before I go down to the long watch of tonight, I want to tell you about Mr. Esson. I have noticed him walking about with you quite frequently of late. He is all wrapped up in the little life which seems about to be snuffed out. He has more to contend with than you suppose. Be very gentle with him, and try to draw him into relationship with outdoor life as much as possible. There is a grave secret back of his present condition which will show you the necessity for doing what I have just suggested, if you ever have occasion to learn it. Good night." About 1 o'clock the next morning I was aroused by Stanton entering the room. "Get up," he said with evident agitation. "I fear that the boy has taken a turn for the worse. Go for the doctor at once. Have him make all speed. Don't go unarmed." I dressed hurriedly, pausing only to take the revolver that Stanton thrust into my hand. Then went quickly to the barn, saddled the horse, and was away on my long, perilous ride. It was well for me that I had become familiar with the neighboring roads by my aimless strolls during the boy's illness. Otherwise, as I galloped noiselessly along the deep-sanded road, I might have become confused with the pale moon and deep shadows adding strange effects to every well-known landmark. The road was winding, and for some distance led through a dense pine forest, where uncanny fears seemed to take tangible form in every shadow and lurk behind every tree. I fully appreciated the danger of the situation. 1,000 times I wished that I had sent Uncle Boston in my place. But I put the thought from me when I considered how much delay would thus have been occasioned. I remembered also that Uncle Boston was not a young man by any means. What was that stir in the leaves of the water oak under which I was riding? Was it the crouching of some catamount preparing for a leap from his leafy lair? No, it was but the breeze, the noise of which was not deadened by the moss as in the other trees. Hist! Was that the cry for help from some luckless victim of highwaymen? No, it was but the moaning of a broken branch as it rubbed against a tree. I had now arrived at the thickest of the pine forest, and involuntarily I quickened the pace of the already swift-flying steed. I took the revolver from my pocket and held it cocked in my right hand, while the left was occupied with the reins. What if I should be killed tonight, I thought, by wild beast or desperate highwayman? What had my life amounted to, anyway? So far I had been but a burden to my parents and friends, living upon their bounty, schooled at their expense, and returning only inadequate affection and no work of merit. What had I done, in fact, to make the world better by having lived? What promise had I, that if I should be spared longer than this night, that the future would be full of lofty purpose and strenuous endeavor? I had now nearly traversed the forest. I could see by the light that began to struggle more abundantly through the trees that the horse's breast was covered with foam. Suddenly my attention was arrested by the snapping of twigs at the right of the road, some distance ahead. My heart stood still as, on coming nearer, I saw a dark figure creep stealthily into the shadow of a tree. My first impulse was to turn back. No, I had come thus far, and I'd not turn back now. But a mile lay between me and the doctor's house. I was now within 3 or 4 rods of the tree behind which danger lurked. I'd let them know that I was prepared for battle. The horse snorted, shied to the extreme left of the road, and stopped short within 2 rods of the tree. "Hello there!" I shouted in a strange, unnatural tone. "Get out of this, or I'll open fire on you." No motion. Benumbing fear palsied me for a moment. I managed, however, to point my revolver at the tree and fire. The horse jumped, whirled, and started in the opposite direction. I righted him about just in time to see a dark form step from behind the tree into the road. I took dead aim. "Don't shoot, for the good law's sake," entreated a shaky voice. "I ain't done no harm to no one." Seeing that my supposed antagonist was fully as much frightened as myself, I lowered my revolver, and said in a tone containing as much bravado as I could muster, "Then what are you doing here?" "I done gone to a meetin', and it keeps so powerful late, I's just getting home," explained the negro, his teeth fairly chattering with fright. "Well, I think you'd better take care to get home earlier hereafter," said I, urging my horse past the offender, and keeping a strict watch upon him until he was well out of sight. The doctor had just returned from attending another case when I dashed into the yard. He quickly saddled a fresh steed, and together we made all haste in returning. Day was breaking as we galloped up the driveway at the Essen farm. Stanton was standing by the side of the house. His face said, even before he uttered a word, that all was over. "Hal, one thing more, and then you can catch a little rest," said Stanton. "Go over and tell Uncle Boston to borrow Squire White's gray mare, and drive to the preacher's and the undertaker's. The boy must be buried this afternoon, according to prevalent custom. Let Uncle Boston be sure to say when asking for the horse that Stanton requests it." I marveled at the strangeness of the message, but having learned to trust Stanton's judgment, I guided the tired beast along the well-known path to Uncle Boston's house. "Did Matthew White say I go for the Squire's gray mare?" "Yes, Boston, that's what he said. He wished you to be sure to say that Stanton requested it." "Then I thutly go," said he, depositing his axe and dinner bucket in the hands of his overjoyed grandson, Samuel, whose voluble boastings could now scarcely equal his pride at thus being singled out as the recipient of such notable honors. Unmindful of the sorrow which hushed the great house where a little form lay very still and white, this young scion of Uncle Boston asserted his new dignity by heading a procession of his smaller brothers and sisters on a grand march around their diminutive shanty. The last I saw as I rode away was this youthful representative of the race flourishing the axe and whacking with the dinner bucket the head of one of his devotees, who did not accord him sufficient recognition of his newly acquired honors. End of Section 12. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 13 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Gleams from the Darkness. 3 p.m. was the time set for the funeral. At 2:30 the doctor drove up and left his wife. He himself must hasten on to an urgent case and would call on the return trip. 2 gentlemen, acquaintances of Mr. Essen in a business way, arrived a little later, and then, after a short wait, Squire White walked in quietly and took the seat to which Stanton motioned him. He did not look around, but kept his eyes on the floor the most of the time, occasionally glancing out the window near which he sat. He had known the bright little fellow, and had taken more than a passing fancy to him. It was now within 5 minutes of the time for the services to commence, and I began to grow anxious lest the officiating clergyman add to the usual faults of the profession the vexing fault of tardiness. Just then a gig was driven rapidly up the lane, and from it alighted a gentleman whose dress proclaimed him to be the one whom we awaited. Assisted by him, a lady of somewhat more sprightly form alighted. The gentleman's step was firm, but slightly inelastic. His features were strong and clean-cut. A halo of silvery hair was pushed back from his full-blooded countenance. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," he exclaimed in a cheery voice, accosting Stanton and me at the door, and shaking hands cordially. "I see that I'm just on time. My daughter, gentlemen, please show her to a seat. I brought her along to help with the singing, in case you had not made other arrangements." "We shall be glad for her help," said Stanton. "Because of illness, the sound of music has not been heard here in many days." "Very well. I wish to speak a word to the bereaved, and then we shall begin." I could never quite make up my mind what was said to the little family group, but from whatever it was, the father seemed to derive strength, while the two girls looked brave and thoughtful. Then the services commenced. The singer's voice was sweet and unaffected. She sang with a depth of tenderness that would have made any song like balm to the wounded heart, and her selections seemed to furnish a fitting outlet for the pent-up melody. "Beautiful Valley of Eden," sang she, and it seemed as if the hushed listeners could see through the mist of tears a happy place with portals wide ajar, through which there appeared bright visions of the pure and blessed. The singing ceased. In an even, mellow voice, a selection of Scripture was read, a prayer offered. But my thoughts were far adrift. I was taking mental note of the rapt attention of those about me. The squire seemed to be drinking in every word of the preacher's message. Mr. Essen and the girls seemed to have forgotten their sorrow in their eager listening. What was it the preacher was saying? "There are many things in our experience that are worse than death." I noticed a perceptible shudder pass over Mr. Essen, and then I lost all else in following the thought of the speaker. Sacred as we hold human life, we must ever feel that loss of life is incomparably better than loss of character. The flowers on yonder casket were plucked while their petals sparkled with the morning dew and were laden with fragrance. In the later day, the gardener might have found these same flowers withered and useless. Many there are who point to the coffin lid as it closes over the fond hopes of parent and friend, and say, "Humanity's arch-enemy is death." But I tell you no. Better far that the grave should close upon a face unsullied by sinful thought and unfurrowed by remorse, as that face yonder, than that the lapse of years should close upon a wasted life of disappointed hopes, unfulfilled desires, and blasted affection. That is the saddest thing in this world. In a word, my message is this: Jesus Christ stands beside every one of us today and says, "Don't look down into the dead face. Look up. Your little Alan is not here. He has gone home to a far better dwelling place than even his beautiful earthly house." Jesus Christ also stands beside your dead past of failure and sorrow and bids you not to look down upon it, but look up. Look up to the noble manhood that may be yours through Christ, up to the purity of a new life in Christ, up to the victory you may have by Christ. Let us look to him now. Toward evening, when the sad rites were over, I left the house, which now seemed unbearably gloomy and desolate, and wandered down to the water where the skiff lay moored. There, upon a gnarled root of the old cottonwood tree, sat Mr. Essen, gazing so intently and dejectedly into the depths of the bayou that I was moved with pity. Remembering what Stanton had said but the evening before, although it seemed an age before when I considered what had transpired, I stepped to Mr. Essen's side. The latter started nervously, and turned upon me a face so livid and haggard that it haunted my dreams for many a night. "Were you thinking of taking a row?" said I, ignoring his confusion. "It's a prime evening. There's half an hour before sunset, and I'm aching to try my strength at the oars. If you've no objection to my using the boat, I'd be glad to have your company on a little trip down to the lagoon. You might point out the objects of interest while I ply the oars." "Certainly," replied Mr. Esson, regaining his composure to a certain extent, and seating himself in the stern while the boat dropped quickly down the bayou. I saw that the burden of the conversation would rest with me, and I found that burden heavier than I had anticipated. I launched at once into a discussion of the different kinds of vegetation we passed, without enlisting my hearer's attention. Then, changing my tactics, I ventured to wonder why Squire White had been present at the funeral that afternoon, but received only a moody, "I am sure I don't know," by way of reply. This was new business for me to direct a conversation so that it might prove helpful by displacing truant thoughts with something better. Nothing daunted, however, I hazarded the remark after a brief silence. The preacher's talk was more practical and helpful than I had dared to hope. Mr. Esson looked up brightly. "Yes," said he, "Daniels has the faculty of getting right at the core of things. I felt that every word this afternoon was meant wholly for me. If I had heard such a doctrine when I was of your age, some things in my life would have been different." Again there came that troubled, despairing look which I had seen upon his face when he sat at the roots of the cottonwood tree. For a while we glided on in the mellowing glow of the sun's last rays, each lost in thought. Finally I broke the silence. "Mr. Esson, if I understood the preacher rightly this afternoon, you are now doing just what he said we ought to avoid. Didn't he say that we are to leave our past life of failure, and that we are to look forward to something better? I so understood him. Mr. Esson, I know that you have had a great deal of sorrow in your life, perhaps more than I realize. But if you have a past to mourn over, so have I. Just think of it, a young fellow of 22 mourning over his past. The idea seems ridiculous, of course, but let me show you how pathetic it may be. Suppose that your oldest child, instead of your youngest, had been a boy, and that when he was 18, you had called him into your room and said to him, 'My boy, your mother and I have toiled and saved for a good many years here on the farm, and we've managed to lay by a few $100s for our old age. But we want our boy to have a college education. Next week the term opens, and you must be ready to start.' Suppose again that as the months went by, while that boy was in school, his demands upon the home funds became so great that it occasioned many a sacrifice by the dear ones. Comforts, pleasures, and seeming necessities were foregone in order that the boy might not lose any advantage enjoyed by his fellow students. Consider now that this boy has become a purposeless, ambitionless fellow, unfit for the hard toil which should mark his future career, a worthless parasite that has sapped the energies of his parents' best years. What would you think of such a young fellow, Mr. Esson? Hasn't he a past beside which yours looks bright indeed?" "It would seem so, but knowing as I do somewhat of that young man's present disposition, I am sure that the parents and all concerned will excuse what they will call the thoughtlessness of youth, provided his later years shall prove him worthy of their confidence. Since this seems to be the hour suited for mutual confidences, let us suppose another case. By the way, there is your former camping ground. It may surprise you to know that my daughters and I saw your white tent through the trees one evening as we were rowing here nearly a week before you made your appearance at the house." I sent Uncle Boston on several occasions to reconnoiter at your camp and learn whether you were marauders or men of peaceful intent. Perhaps you had better right the boat about and start for home, as the sun will soon be down." "You were just saying that this is the time for mutual confidences," I replied as I righted the boat for the return trip. "If the rehearsal of what you are about to say will give you pain, I cannot urge you to proceed. But if it divulges a condition in which I can be of service, I shall be a most willing listener. You shall hear and judge for yourself. I was saying, let us suppose another case. Suppose that you are a man of 45. During your college days you were hurt while playing the old rugby football game. An injury of the bones developed into a necrosis which made operation after operation necessary, with almost constant pain, so that opiates were administered without intermission. The habit grows upon you, so that when pronounced cured of the bone disease, you have contracted a longing for the opium which follows you through your college days. None of your classmates are aware of the nature of your trouble. Only one old professor suspects the truth, and many are his admonitions to give up the horrible stuff before it gets the best of you. You make several half-hearted attempts, but you have come to like the drug with its temporary exhilaration and hours of grateful repose, and your will fails to assert itself. Commencement day comes, but it brings no new resolves or higher purpose for you. You drop into a fair business position and manage to keep the knowledge of your one bad habit from your employers. Soon you marry the girl of your choice, a beautiful creature, fair and pure as the light. In the happiness of your new companionship, you try to drown the pleasures of old-time indulgence, which you know is slowly sapping your strength. Yes, your very life. For a fortnight, you are firm in your purpose to abandon the use of the drug, but at the end of that time, the craving comes irresistibly. One morning you do not awaken at the usual hour, and your wife, becoming alarmed, sends for a physician. That day you do not go to work, and in a year's time you lose your position because of irregularity and inefficiency. Your dear wife, of course, tries to help you to reform. Medical skill, religious skill, and the skill of loving entreaty and encouraging words is employed in vain. You are fast making shipwreck of yourself. One thing after another you try in business, but always with the same result. Your appetite for the dread stuff is stronger than your desire to succeed. In spite of your failures, you are not in want, however, for your wife has a small patrimony. Finally, you place yourself in a hospital under the most rigid watch. But after 4 days have passed, you climb down a fire escape, bribe a passing boy to bring you a prescription from the nearest druggist's, and spend the next 36 hours in indulgent stupor. From that time, you lose confidence in yourself, and all else besides. Your long-suffering wife now comes forward with the meager remains of her patrimony, and suggests that you leave your present surroundings and associates for the New South, which is just opening up after the Civil War. This is my story. Here we came, and here we have lived ever since. Here our children were born, and here my dear wife's earthly trials ended, her life being shortened greatly by worry and disappointment, no doubt. My heart bleeds when I think of her. She died happy in the thought that I'd make the last stand successfully. She pressed my hand reassuringly and smiled even as the death damp settled on her brow. "I'll look for you to conquer," said she, "in his strength." And then a film stole over her eyes, and I felt her hand stiffen in its death clasp. I knelt there long beside the bed, and there I resolved that it would be a death struggle between me and the drug. Yet I must confess that the struggle has not been altogether successful. Mr. Edson, the death of my little son means more to me than you suppose. During the past year or two, he has been the constant companion of my rambles. His bright ways have banished many a gloomy doubt, and I am never more myself than when he is near. It has been my pleasure to impart to him knowledge concerning many natural objects. With the ways of insects and birds his childish brain was filled, and even upon astronomy he could converse intelligently. There seemed to be a happy sympathy between us, which overleapt all the difference of age and established us as comrades. But now he is gone. I did not know until this last week how much I was dependent upon him. It seems as if all hope for the future is gone." The sentence ended in a groan, and again Mr. Esson buried his head in his hands, as the boat grated upon the roots of the cottonwood tree. "Come," said I, taking Mr. Esson's arm and starting along the well-beaten path to the house. "Your confession has helped me by showing how another man who had more to contend with than I has frequently risen above his difficulties. It has also convinced me that there may be truth in what White has so often said, namely, that a man really needs the help of a power above his own to enable him to conquer the foes within. For, says White, we do not fight against flesh and blood, but against spiritual powers. Mr. Esson, my past life has fitted me for anything else but moralizing. Until lately I have thought myself as good as the average man, but my long ride last night through the silent forest has brought me face to face with my worthlessness as nothing else could. And if Stanton is right, and if we should learn our dependence upon an unseen power, perhaps the departure of your beautiful boy has not been without gain for us both." "Well, I, for one, am heartily tired of this continual striving in my own strength," said Mr. Esson. "I have failed so often that I dare not try another prop, lest it fail me and leave me more unbalanced than ever before. I confess that I am in a maze. I must have a talk with Mr. White tonight. He seems to be a good, sensible fellow. I don't mean the squire, but your— Why, I confess that I had paid no attention to the fact that they have the same name. Now, I want to give you my hand in appreciation of the way you've eased my burden, and I want to say that if there's any chance left for me at all, I'm going to make another stand, and I am going at it right." "You have voiced my sentiments exactly," I said, grasping his hand warmly. "Somehow I believe that it is all going to come out right for both of us." Then the supper bell rang. The girls might not have been there if they had been cast in lesser mold, but with heroic fortitude stifling their sorrow, they were both present. Tear traces had been removed, marks of mourning were absent. I could not but notice how bravely they smiled at their father as he entered. I had admired both of the girls before, but never did their graces and resourcefulness shine more brightly than during that evening. After supper, Mr. Esson and Stanton went to the library together, while I did something very unusual for me. I retired to my room to think. How long I sat there looking out upon the moonlit yard, while my thoughts wandered far beyond the stately trees or aroma-laden shrubs, I do not know. But the door finally opened, admitting Stanton and Mr. Esson. "Harold, I've good news for you. Mr. Esson has settled the matter and has done it right. We've come to help you to do likewise. Let's all kneel down together. Mr. Esson, now that you see your way clearly, just give Edson a lift, won't you?" I had heard praying before, but I never heard a prayer like that which followed. It was not an eloquent prayer. It began with a sob of penitence, and ended with a pain of victory. The soul's birth cries were mingled with the voice of later experience in such a way as to strangely thrill me. After Stanton had offered another soul-stirring petition, I managed to stammer out 2 words, "O Lord." I could get no farther. "I can't pray, Stanton. It seems like an empty mockery." "You have made a beginning, old man. Perhaps there is some duty you must perform, before the way will become clear to you. I only hope that you will get fully started upon the Christian life soon, because Mr. Essen, though knowing that he has more than human assistance, feels, nevertheless, that your companionship would be a means of stimulus and strength to him. He has some plans which are just beginning to germinate, which he'd like to talk over with you later." "Very well. I think that we can at least try to be companionable," I said. "Thank you," said Mr. Essen. "I cannot tell you how happy I am, despite my sorrow, in the consciousness of a new-found strength. I covet this joy for you very soon. Good night." "Good night, Mr. Essen, and again thank you." End of Section 13. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 14 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Lead, Kindly Light. The days that followed were full of interest for me. While Stanton was busy tutoring the young ladies, Mr. Essen and I made short trips to surrounding places of interest. One day we went to see Florida's famous live oak, a tree 18 feet in diameter. The next day we returned with a sprig from the great hickory tree, the largest in the world. The natural wells, a series of bottomless reservoirs, were next visited. And then we made exploring trips down the neighboring bayou or into the adjoining forests. And many were the rare bits of natural scenery discovered. Upon one occasion, when Mr. Essen was busy writing letters, I started out alone to hunt rabbits. For nearly an hour I chased a large rabbit from one clump of scrub palmettos to another without getting a shot at it. Finally, upon emerging from a thicket, I caught a glimpse of the rabbit just as it disappeared in a dense forest of large trees. Dashing across the intervening clearing, I was soon at the forest. It was denser than I had supposed, but I pressed on for a few steps, then paused in terror. At my very feet, a single step distant, opened a chasm. Grasping a sapling for support and clinging to a jutting rock, I was able to descend almost to the brink of a clear sheet of water that had been hidden from view by the overhanging crags. Thence I clambered up to a large fragment of phosphate rock, which projected far over the water and commanded a view of the cavern. The formation of the cavern was irregular in the extreme. The gray phosphate rock had been worn into the most bewildering shapes. Towers, pinnacles, pillars in grotesque and varied forms reached back into cool caves far beneath the overhanging sides. The clear water lapped monotonously against the roughened edges of its prison house and rippled back again 150 feet to the other side of the cavern. Now and then, cooters would lift their brown shells above the surface of the water, and I amused myself by shooting at them. The echo would resound round and round the little cavern, the crack of my rifle, the sound of the bullet on the cooter's shell, and then a thud as the glancing missile buried itself in the soft rock. At first the sound was deafening, but gradually decreased in volume until there was but a reverberating murmur ending in unbroken silence. Immediately the cooter, alarmed by the shock, would descend to the ragged phosphate bottom, a score of feet below the surface. This cavern became a favorite resort for Mr. Esson and myself in our subsequent rambles. If I was interested in the natural scenery that we discovered, I was more interested in the change I saw taking place in the companion of my travels. I had believed Mr. Esson to be sincere when he declared his intentions on that memorable evening, but I had expected that the conflict would be on for some time before the old temptation would seem to lose power. In this I was mistaken. The light of determination never died in Mr. Esson's eyes, but there was present also the light of a new confidence, a sort of afterglow of victory. Day after day, Mr. Esson seemed to be further removed from the level on which his first battle was fought. He seemed to have gone above it into new regions where conflict was not unknown, but where he carried with him confidence gained from former combats. I could only look and marvel. Mr. Esson talked freely of the things that we both saw, but I could easily see that there was a deeper current of thought which was sweeping him along irresistibly toward some ocean-like expanse of resolution and purpose. It was only natural, therefore, that before a week had elapsed since we began our rambles, Mr. Esson voiced some of his pent-up thoughts. We were passing through a forest of grand old oaks and magnolias, when he finally exclaimed vehemently, "Edson, I say it's a shame that I've been so selfish in my attitude toward education here in the South. I've spent the most of my life here. Here I've raised my family, and I've been living to myself and planning for myself all this time while public morals might rot and the public weal be ignored for all that I have done. I wish that I might do something to improve our educational facilities. Here I've been talking about sending my daughters to the North for their college training, while my less fortunate neighbor will have to rest content with the backwoods facilities which are afforded nearer home. I believe that I'll interest myself in inquiring just what those facilities are, and whether anything at all is being done to improve them. As for you, have your plans for the future yet taken definite form?" "Yes. 3 weeks from now I want to be at home to replace the unfaithfulness of the past by the devotion of the future. I do not know yet what work awaits me, but I hope that the one who gave me to see my duty will direct me in performing it." "No doubt of that," cried Mr. Esson heartily. Thus sped the forenoons, and of much profit they proved. But I found myself continually looking forward to the cool of the afternoons, or to the delightful evenings spent upon the piazza, when, with lessons prepared and household tasks performed, the young ladies gave themselves up wholeheartedly to recreation. During these times I found myself much in the company of Miss Zoe, while Stanton seemed as naturally to seek the companionship of Miss Irma. I had plenty of opportunity to study the two sisters at my leisure. I found that Miss Zoe was of a vivacious nature, keen-witted, sensitive, sprightly, and resourceful. Though versatile and impulsive, her judgment was usually reliable and her powers of intuition marvelous. Miss Irma was of fuller flesh and larger frame, and while unfailingly cheerful and astoundingly self-controlled, she was at the same time capable of the utmost sympathy and gentleness. She had withal that indefinable something called charm, which gave to her every action a queenly grace, and to her words something of unusual import. In comparing the two faces, the one fitful, changing, enveloped in a cloud of dark hair, and the other sweet, serene, encircled with a golden halo, I likened them to 2 days, the one in April and the other in June. Somehow I liked April weather the better. The first Sunday after the funeral found the whole Esson household at church. It was a quaint old meeting-house, the one in which Mr. Daniels performed the office of under-shepherd, a white-painted building with lofty spire and high stone steps. The pews were high-backed and narrow-seated. The pulpit was a high box reached by a spiral staircase, and the choir held sway in the old gallery at the rear of the building. Though we were early in arriving, the room was already comfortably filled, and a subdued buzz told that the preliminary gossip was already in evidence. Many a pair of critical eyes rested upon our group as it entered, with footfall resounding loudly along the bare floor. Then we were seated, 4 in a pew. But where was Stanton? Ah, he must have foreseen the inconvenience of 5 sitting in one short pew, and have lingered behind seeking another sitting. Then the organ began. Sweet, simple, soul-stirring chords they were, rising in volume and depth of feeling until the room was vibrating with melody. Soul after soul had kindled with the theme, and at the majestic notes of the doxology, the audience rose as if moved with one impulse, while the music which burst spontaneously from every throat seemed likely to lift the rafters by its very exuberance. The lesson of the morning was taken from Isaiah's life. I listened with unusual interest while the pastor explained the words, "Here am I, send me." "This chapter is the record of Isaiah's call," said Mr. Daniels. "I want you to notice how the call came about. First, Isaiah had a vision of God's holiness vividly contrasting with his own unfitness for work. Accordingly, he prayed for purifying. The prayer answered, there came a vision of Israel's need. God didn't say, 'You must go and give Israel help.' He'd much rather Isaiah would volunteer. That is the way God calls men today. He first helps a man to purify himself. He then shows the man the need of bringing that same purity into the lives of others. And finally, the man volunteers for work. My message may be summed up thus. If God has purified your life, then look about you for some tremendous need, something worthy of your best work, something worth accomplishing if it cost you your life, and then volunteer for that work. Give your life to it. "Did you hear the sermon this morning?" I asked of Stanton as soon as we were all in the carriage. "The most of it was audible through the window," he replied. "I thought it well to look to the horses, as one of them appeared unwilling to stand." "I guess that the horses are not so impatient as all that, Mr. White," said Miss Zoe pettishly. "They always have stood while we were in church, and I am sure they would this morning. We, all of us, would have enjoyed the service more if you had been there." "I am very sorry if I have detracted from your pleasure or profit, Miss Zoe, but horses are sometimes like people. They grow impatient at times, and are not always the same." Miss Zoe colored somewhat under the implied rebuke, but the conversation soon drifted to other topics. Mr. Essen began at once to write to the leading educators throughout the South, inquiring about the general status of educational affairs. I accompanied him upon repeated visits to the neighboring towns, where he held several conferences with local politicians. On the Friday following the Sunday we have just mentioned, Mr. Essen announced at the supper table that he had decided upon a course of action. He outlined a plan for visiting several towns within a radius of 50 miles of home, and then, if the need seemed imperative, he would travel extensively through the state, arousing the public to demand certain clearly defined educational reforms. Miss Zoe pouted a little at the thought of losing her father for so long a period, but Miss Irma smiled up at him with a brave, glad light in her eyes. "Father dear," said she, "we are too proud of you to wish you to shut yourself up here on the farm. If duty prompts you to go elsewhere, we cannot put hindrances in your way." "God bless you for your sweet encouragement," said Mr. Essen heartily. The start was arranged for the following Monday. Mr. Essen and I were to go together. End of section 14. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 15 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, A Plantation Meeting House. I have made up my mind to attend a plantation church today. There is one about 1.5 miles from here where Uncle Boston says they have powerful good preaching. This announcement I made at the breakfast table the Sunday morning before Mr. Essen and I started upon our tour. Miss Zoe laughed a little at this piece of news, while the others looked somewhat dismayed. "Perhaps you could enter into the spirit of the worship better elsewhere, Mr. Edson. But if you have set your heart upon going, I have no doubt that you can obtain some help from the service," said Mr. Essen, in the quiet manner that was becoming habitual with him. "The old preacher who comes to that church once a month is a relic of slavery days. If today happens to be his day for preaching, you will be fortunate. There are licensed preachers that hold forth on other Sundays, and their standard of preaching is not high, I assure you. 2/3 of our Negro preachers are densely ignorant and grossly superstitious. 1/3 of them are immoral. Many of the better class of Negro preachers who are adverse to immorality and intemperance are afraid to denounce such conduct lest they lose their pulpits. In a certain class of literature today, the Negro preacher is presented as a veritable phenomenon of native ability and sagacity. Such cases do exist, but they are the exception rather than the rule. The general character of the preaching is grandiloquent and sonorous rather than eloquent or convincing. I remember one licensed preacher who used to be pretty well known around here. The effects of his intonation were marvelous. When asked how he happened to be possessed of such remarkable powers, the fact was elicited that he had an old yellow dog upon which he was wont to practice. On an evening, when sitting beside his fireplace, with his dog Rastus dozing comfortably nearby, the preacher would begin his elocutionary efforts. "Rastus," he would exclaim fervently. The dog would open one eye and gaze at him stupidly. Then, pitching his voice in various keys, and applying all the persuasive energy possible to the name, the preacher would finally strike the right pitch and inflection to stir the old dog and cause him to raise his head. Then, adding to the key and inflection the volume of a trumpet blast, he would shout, "Rastus!" with such effect that the old dog would get up, stretch himself, and whine. Then the preacher knew that he had found the most effective manner of arousing his hearers the following Sunday. "Why, if such is the state of the colored ministry," I exclaimed when the general laugh had subsided, "I think perhaps I'd do better to go to church elsewhere. I had no idea that the profession was so deficient in morals and learning." "Oh, I did not say these things to discourage you, but simply to help you to a correct view of the situation. Of course, there are many, and I'm glad to say that the number is continually increasing, colored preachers who are righteous, intelligent, educated, fearless, and efficient." Thus ended the conversation of the morning. The family, accompanied by Stanton, started for church in the neighboring town, while I started cross lots for the colored meetin' house. It was a plain structure which I at length approached, yet how much better than the homes from which the worshippers came. The church could boast a good-sized audience room and gallery, I had been told, while few of the families attending there could boast of more than a one-roomed shanty, destitute of furnishings and comforts. I wondered if these shanties were not the identical ones in which the Negroes had lived during slavery. I thought of the lack of delicacy natural in people huddled thus, 10 or a dozen in the same room. What could the word home mean to them? I contrasted the clapboarded exterior of the church with the rough-boarded homes, the glass windows of the church with the board shutters of the houses. I felt that a great sacrifice must have been made to secure these comforts for their house of worship, and I ceased to wonder at the members' pride in their church building. I was met at the church door by a burly, square-shouldered Negro who refused me admittance, saying haughtily, "Dis, sah, am a colored meeting house. White folks has dey own church, and colored folks has deirs. White folks can go to their own church." Considerably irritated by this insolent speech, I would doubtless have replied more hotly than wisely, had not another colored man appeared on the scene. This brother entered into a lengthy expostulation with the former speaker, and finally came out upon the steps and said to me that, although it was not customary to admit white folks, Brother Parsons had sent it to make a 'ception in the case in hand, and if the gentleman would agree to seat hisself back in the gallery, he'd be permitted to remain. Ordinarily, my pride would have compelled me to refuse such an invitation, but my curiosity had gotten the better of me, and so I was ushered up to a dark corner in the dusty, unused gallery. In spite of the disadvantages of the situation, my seat commanded a good view of the platform and the forward part of the church. The service had already begun. I was gratified to see that a gray-bearded, bald-headed Negro, evidently the ex-slave preacher of whom Mr. Essen had spoken, was on the platform. He was lining a hymn to the congregation as I came in. The stanza he sang as a solo, while the whole audience joined with enthusiasm in the chorus, "Are you washed in the blood," etc. The preacher then repeated from memory a portion of the 23rd Psalm. A choir sang plaintively, "Steal away to Jesus." Then a hymn, evidently a general favorite, was announced and sung with increasing volume and excitement. The words of the song, oft repeated, lingered in my memory. "My Lord delivered Daniel from the lion's den. My Lord delivered Daniel from the lion's den. My Lord delivered Daniel from the lion's den. O Lord, deliver me." Chorus. My Lord delivered Daniel, Daniel, Daniel. My Lord delivered Daniel. Why not deliver me? The only variation in the song was the substitution of some other name and its attendant notable experience for Daniel's name and the lion's den. Thus, the experiences of Isaac and Moses and Joshua were hymned with ever-increasing enthusiasm, and many an interspersed hallelujah. Abruptly, in the midst of the singing, a tall man flew out into the aisle as if shot out of a catapult. Around and around he spun, coming nearer and nearer to the platform with every revolution, writhing, jerking, and twitching in every muscle. Bounding up the platform steps, he careered around the preacher like a cyclone personified. Then, thrusting up both hands, he shouted "Glory!" so vociferously as to be heard even above the singing, and immediately fell backward beside the preacher's chair, stiff as a corpse. Thereupon, several men rushed forward and removed their comrade who had fallen at the front, and the singing proceeded with unabated energy. After this, a prayer in which there was many a meaningless phrase was offered by a member of the congregation. "Lord, bring again Shiloh," he ejaculated fervently. "Let the ark come down and rest on the cherubims." Cherubim. "Let thy beloved begin sheep." All these expressions seemed to be in full accord with the sentiments of the auditors, who kept up a chorus of amens, hallelujahs, and praise the Lords. Then came the taking of the collection. I had never seen this part of a church service conducted with so much ceremony. The preacher came down and took his place beside a table in front of the platform. After a short exhortation upon the subject of benevolence, he bade all to come forward and deposit their gifts upon the table. For a while the money, mostly small pieces,
jingled right merrily. Then came a lull. After this, another song was sung. Lord, give me the old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Then there was another prayer, more fervent than the first, and following the prayer, more gifts were received. Some remained sullenly in their seats, even after these two invitations, and so I was not surprised when another collection was taken at the close of the sermon. The text seemed to be a favorite verse with many of the colored people, for I had often deciphered it upon the gravestones, or rather the white boards substituted for stones, in the neighborhood. The Lord is my shepherd. At the beginning of the discourse, I could not but notice the old minister's bodily infirmities. His hands trembled, his voice was husky, and his frame was decidedly unsteady. I could see many a face being brushed furtively by coat sleeve or handkerchief. Surely they loved their old preacher, and his weakness gave them genuine distress. As the speaker proceeded, however, his voice became clearer, his gestures became more vigorous, his eyes glowed with a heretofore hidden fire, his figure swayed with emotion. "Brethren," he began, "the good Lord done told me to preach before most of y'all was born. I knowed y'all when your mammies was carrying you around in their arms. You have knowed me and heard me for many years, and some day y'all will come to church and your Uncle Ezekiel won't be here no more." At this, the signs of emotion in the audience were very apparent. "This poor old body is nearly worn out, and by it'll be worn out for sure. What I tell y'all today, I want to be remembered as perhaps the last words of your old Uncle Ezekiel. The Lord had been a good shepherd to me all my life. When I was a little child, he done took care of me, and he don't let my old master sell me or hurt me. When my mother, my dear young mother, died, and Ezekiel left all alone, then the Lord, he's still my shepherd. All my life I have no home here. Sometimes I go hungry and call on my journey round the churches. One time I was sick for long, and no one believed Ezekiel ever get well. But the Lord was my shepherd all the time, and he satisfied me by his goodness. I can say now as in the past, I shall not want. As the good Lord done took care of your old Uncle Ezekiel, he'll take care of y'all. Sometime the sheep am wayward. He don't like the shepherd's crook and the shepherd's fall. He wander far out in the night and the cold. The sheep cut itself on the rock and tear itself on the thorns, but still he stumble on. The shepherd leaves the fold. The little lambs he shed in tight. He leave the warm bed and fire, and out he step into the night. The sheep hear the shepherd coming as he call and looks among the rocks and swamps and thorns, but the sheep struggle on till he tired out, and he must find rest. Then he hear the wolves howling, and he can't run no more. So he bleat, 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 and the good shepherd hear the bleating, and he hurried through the darkness. The wolves am drawn near, and the poor sheep hears the howling, but he do not know how near am the shepherd good and strong. In despair he bleats more loudly, and fears the good shepherd never come. But just then the shepherd find his lost one, and bear with rejoicing back to the fold. Oh, my brethren, some of yo's lost like the wayward sheep. You hears the gospel message. The good book and the good Savior calls you for to come. Some of you is tired and straying. Some of you is torn by sin's pathway. Hear the shepherd's loving call. The good Savior's come to bring you back to the fold. Let him put his strong arms around you. Rest and shelter, light and comfort, food and gladness are waiting for you in the fold. I looked about me. There were few dry eyes in that audience. The preacher's voice was so exquisitely tender and full of pathos, coupled with a genuine earnestness and loving compassion, that I felt my own heart must be of stone if it did not soften. I felt the hot tears course down my cheeks. I saw that I had wandered, and that I had been running away from the shepherd who loved me. In the preacher's prayer that followed, I prayed also. There, in that simple meeting-house, I let God speak to me, and I came forth with a new joy in my heart and a new light suffusing my face. End of section 15, read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 16 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Great Campaign. On the morning following my visit to the colored church, Mr. Essen and I started upon our eventful trip. In some of the towns whither we journeyed, Mr. Essen was well received. There were those who, like himself, were thoroughly aroused on the educational question, and heartily concurred with all he suggested by way of reform. It was the opinion of some of these more intelligent citizens that Mr. Essen should run for the legislature, and they gave him every assurance that they would do what they could to make the district safe for him. Others there were, and these formed the majority of his hearers, who looked upon his burning enthusiasm with easy indifference. Some repudiated his teachings, declaring that they weren't going to have any cussed Yankee dictate to them. Customs that were good enough for their ancestors, and they could name plenty of famous men of their family line, were good enough for them, they reckoned. Unresponsive audiences they formed when he addressed them en masse, and very discouraging and provokingly cool were they when he met them as individuals. At the close of one of our meetings, we were greeted cordially by a certain Mr. Porter, a fleshy, distinguished-looking gentleman who graciously invited us to be his guests. After dinner, Mr. Porter fell into a communicative mood. "My dear sir," said he, in his pompous style, to Mr. Essen, "all the niggers were better off in the days of slavery than they now are. They were, and always will be, incompetent to take care of themselves." "Yes," interposed Mrs. Porter, a tall dame of refined features and dignified bearing. "Some of our own slaves were wise enough to know this, and are serving us the same as they did before the war." "Do you mean," said I in surprise, "that your servants are contented to receive no wages and to be looked upon as chattels?" "We do not look upon them exactly in that way," she replied, coloring slightly. "We call them peons, you know. I really believe that their lot is the happiest of any of the colored people. The other niggers who have got these newfangled notions about liberty and rights have drifted from bad to worse," asserted her spouse. "They form an idle, worthless class, a menace to public morals, and an eyesore to the community. All that can be done is to regulate them and hold them in restraint. Many people in the North think that we Southerners were all in league with the slave trader, the inhuman man-stealer and heartless severer of human ties. But I tell you, it's it's false." The plethoric gentleman here stopped to catch breath, and Mrs. Porter continued with vehemence. "No social outcast in the North was ever the object of such supreme contempt as was the slave trader of the South." Then, recovering her ordinary dignified tone to some extent, she continued, "We always kept our Negroes well, fed them well, gave them good shelter, and showed them plenty of kindness. Could anyone, Mr. Essen, legitimately ask for more?" Mr. Essen shifted his position uneasily, and then replied, "Nothing but liberty." During his 2 weeks of travel through the country, Mr. Essen found a sufficient number of public-spirited men to warrant the belief that the state could be aroused should an effort be made. Accordingly, he returned home for a short rest before engaging in the larger work. It was apparent, even to my dull vision, that Mr. Essen was rapidly developing the qualities of leadership. He attracted men by a latent power that was difficult to explain. He impressed others and did not simply repress himself from offending others. I found that his life was influencing me in no uncertain manner, and when he asked whether it would be agreeable to me to exchange places with Stanton for a while, I found it difficult to give an affirmative answer. It was finally settled, however, that Stanton should accompany him on his second trip, and of the events of the greater campaign I learned only by letter. End of Section 16, read by James K. White. Section 17 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, News from the Front. During Mr. Essen's absence, events near at hand engrossed most of my interest. Aunt Sarah had charge of household affairs and acted as chaperone for the girls. I noticed every day how anxiously Miss Irma watched the mails, and it became a subject for frequent speculation in my mind just how much the feeling she evidently entertained for Stanton was reciprocated. Sometimes I fancied myself in love with Miss Irma. I could see many ways in which she was the superior of her sister. But try as I would, I could not bring myself to feel toward her as I did toward Miss Zoe. I tried to explain the peculiar attraction that the latter had for me, but I found myself utterly baffled in every attempt. I wondered whether it was really love, or whether it might be some less lofty passion. I tried to believe that it was some passing fancy, but even while thinking thus, I found that I wasn't planning for anything of the sort. About a week after the departure of Mr. Essen and Stanton, a letter from the former showed a marked development in his ideas of educational reform. Said he, "Everywhere I go, I am more and more impressed with the need of better education for the Southern Negro. If his white brother needs enlightenment, he needs it more. And what makes the problem more difficult of solution is the fact that the blacks practically must uplift themselves. They must obtain teachers from their own ranks, inasmuch as few whites care to be associated with them, even in so laudable an enterprise. An instance has come to my notice quite recently where the most rigid social ostracism has been visited upon two beautiful and accomplished young white women, both graduates of Vassar. During the 5 years that they taught school in the city of their adoption, not a white woman spoke to them, nor did a white man, except in the transaction of necessary business. Few there are that care to brave public sentiment thus. There is a politician whom I have met, named Waldron, who seemed to concur with all I said until I began advocating Negro education. After one of my speeches, he had a very spirited debate with me regarding my attitude toward the Negro. In the debate, he evinced much of the antebellum disregard for the Negro's rights. Previous to the time of our debate, Mr. Waldron was one of the warmest advocates of my candidacy for the legislature. Now he openly opposes me, but the fame of my work has outrun him. I am already deluged with requests for the presentation of my views on every conceivable occasion. I have been asked to deliver the opening address at University. This seems to be one of the most progressive colleges in the South. I am thinking that perhaps it would be a good school for my daughters to attend. I expect that the whole campaign is going to culminate in a monster mass meeting at Jacksonville on the 21st instant. In a letter to me a little later, Stanton thus described the reception they were accorded at University. "We made a great hit here. Mr. Essen's speech was greeted with tremendous applause. The president of the university said in his concluding remarks as tears sprang to his eyes, 'Mr. Essen, words cannot convey to you any idea of the deep emotion your address has stirred. It has served to show me how dear to you is this cause of education in which we who are here assembled are so thoroughly engrossed. We have long looked for a brighter day in the educational world when people would demand and maintain higher educational standards. I believe that the time is ripe for just such a reform as the one you advocate, and I am glad that so noble a man has inaugurated the movement. An informal reception will be held at my residence immediately upon the close of this afternoon's sessions, when I shall be glad to have all students and professors meet Mr. Essen and his worthy colleague, Mr. White.' The reception was an enthusiastic one. The students all called me professor and listened reverently to my opinions. Don't be at all surprised if you find me wearing a larger-sized hat when you see me again." 2 days later, I received another letter from Stanton. It ran as follows: "Dear Harold, honor upon honor is being heaped upon us. The fact that Mr. Essen delivered that address at the university has opened up other doors for us and has elicited unusual courtesies throughout the state. The newspapers are now soliciting information regarding the extent and nature of our campaign. We remained at the university for a day and a half, and before we left, the faculty and trustees had a special meeting, where they unanimously voted to ask Mr. Essen to take charge of the normal department of the university. Mr. Essen replied that it was not clear to him what his future work was to be, but if they cared to keep their offer open for a month, he would take it into consideration. To this they readily agreed. Everything now seems to depend upon Jacksonville. If Mr. Essen is well received at Jacksonville, he will doubtless gain the legislature. If we lose at Jacksonville, well, there is no such thing as loss in this work. It's a God-given work, I believe, and whatever the result, there can be no loss." A letter from Mr. Essen to his 2 daughters told much the same story. In it, he spoke of his incessant toil, having addressed meetings every evening and sometimes twice an evening for a month. He further remarked, "Sunday comes with a blessed sense of relief, for that is the only day upon which I do not have to speak. Invariably, I attend divine worship wherever I am." I find that much as educational reform is needed, there is also much need of reform in our religious methods. I think that I scarcely appreciated Mr. Daniel's hard-headed, practical way of looking at things until I came to know more about other preachers. I am convinced that I have been shirking responsibility of late in failing to identify myself with some church. I have been enjoying the advantages of church life without sharing its burdens. I desire very soon to unite myself with the body formed by the apostles of Jesus Christ under his sanction, the body he so much loved as to entrust it with the work of spreading his precious message, the greatest work in the world. I find that the incessant toil is beginning to tell upon me. My nerves demand a rest. All correspondence and preliminary arrangements I now turn over to Mr. White, who is showing himself, as I have always found him, worthy of my greatest confidence. His executive ability often astounds me. The event at Jacksonville looms up larger the nearer we approach it. I must keep up until that meeting is past. Some of the towns adjoining Jacksonville, which wished me to visit them, have been advised by Mr. White to participate in the great Jacksonville gathering. Accordingly, the railroad offices have been so besieged for special rates that at least one line has acceded to the demand. In every depot along that line, posters have appeared bearing this announcement: "Special rates to Jacksonville and return. September 25, 1888. Account of mass meeting addressed by Professor Essen, renowned educational reformer and candidate for the legislature. Thus, we are getting a great deal of free advertising. Some of the Jacksonville papers have secured our pictures and have gotten hold of some of the talk at blank University, so that public expectation is at the highest pitch. In these newspaper articles, I am always spoken of as Professor Essen, while Mr. White is known as my private secretary. How dignified your papa is becoming. If any of you can come down to Jacksonville for the great event, I'll be glad to see you. Goodbye, and God keep us all. Lovingly, Silas P. Essen. End of section 17. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 18 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Poisoned Melon. I'll fix the nigger that has been stealing my melons. Squire White was the speaker. Jim, Uncle Boston's grown-up nephew, the auditor. The former was sprinkling some of his choice melons with a white powder, while the latter was hoeing corn on the other side of the line fence. The negro paused in his work and gazed stupidly at the squire, as if not quite comprehending the import of the remark. "I say," said Squire White, holding up the package from which he was shaking the white powder, thus displaying the druggist's mark of skull and crossbones. "I say that the nigger stealing my watermelons after this will wish he hadn't." Jim showed perturbation. "But, Mr. Squire," he protested, "some po' person what don't know nothing about the poison might come along and accidentally taste one of them millions and die for sure." "I reckon you can tell your friends to keep away, then." "Oh, Mr. Squire, certainly y'all don't 'spect to catch none of my friends round here tucking what don't belong to 'em. Howsomever, some stranger might come along and be hungry. A thief is better dead than alive any day. Only don't let 'em go away too far to die, for they make mighty good fertilizer." Jim's perturbation increased. "But just consider, Mr. Squire, of the luscious, luxuriating fruit you're destroying by that fearful and obnoxious poison." "They are my melons," said the squire, with an air of finality. Just at dark, as I was taking an after-supper stroll on the front piazza, a tall figure came bounding up the steps, and an agitated voice shouted, "Mr. Edson, come quick! Lil Samuel and Barry is sick!" Without delay, I followed Jim to the little cabin back in the clearing where grew the orange tree. No light was in the gloomy interior save the smoky flickering of the pine knots in the big fireplace. On the only bed that the cabin boasted lay the unconscious lad. There was a distinct odor of liquor about the place. The boy is only drunk, thought I. Turning to the three women who were moaning and wailing boisterously at the bedside, I exclaimed gravely, "You had better send for the doctor." "No, no, Mr. Edson, no, the child be dead for the doctor get halfway here. Oh, my child Samuel, what made you eat him for?" "Was it something he ate or something he drank that made him sick?" said I, perplexedly. "Oh, my Lord, it wasn't nothing he drunk. He done found some food, and his daddy, he said it was poison. Oh, my little Samuel, my child, we just guv him a taste of liquor to fotch him true." The boy was lying amid a profusion of blankets, poultices, and hot bricks. He was sweating tremendously. His breathing was heavy, his eyes half closed, his face flushed. I saw that something must be done at once, but was at a loss how to proceed. Then came an inspiration. Quickly, I thrust my finger far back into the child's throat. A gagging, a belching. Then I began to wonder how one small stomach could have contained so much watermelon and whiskey. "Where did Samuel get the watermelon?" I queried. "He done found it," said Aunt Sarah stolidly. "Where was it growing?" "I didn't know there were any melons on our place." "Well, he just done found it over there," jerking her thumb in an upward direction. Without further parley, I strode out into the night. "Where's y'all going?" said Jim, following. "To Squire White's. It's an outrage that a poor defenseless child should be deliberately poisoned." Jim still followed. I heeded him not, but plunged on through the darkness. A pack of dogs rushed howling about our heels as we neared the squire's house. I kicked off the most insistent of the canine group and knocked loudly at the door. "Who's there?" said a voice from within, while I heard distinctly the click-click of a gun being cocked. "Harold Edson. Let me see you at once. It's a matter of life and death." The bolts flew back, and Squire White, with profuse apologies, invited me inside. Jim, unobserved, slunk back into the shadow of the house. "Squire," said I, refusing by a gesture the proffered chair, "there has been foul play somewhere. Little Samuel has been poisoned by eating a watermelon, which I suspect was stolen. What the poison was, I think you must know. There is no time for me to give my opinion of a man who will poison a human being for so trivial an offense as the theft of a watermelon. What I've come for is something to counteract this poison. If you bought the poison, you no doubt secured an antidote. I beg that if you do not care for the life now at stake, you will at least do the kindness to your neighbor, Mr. Esson, of saving a child that is under his protection." A look of astonishment, first noticeable on the squire's face, now changed to one of unalloyed pleasure. "What," I commented mentally, "does the villain gloat over the blood of a helpless child?" Aloud I said, "Squire, you know that delay means death to the boy. Come, what's the antidote?" "I'd advise him to take some more of the same stuff." I surveyed him with contempt. "To show you that I am willing to taste my own prescriptions, I will swallow a large dose of this myself." I tried to protest, but he had already seized a package of white powder, marked conspicuously with skull and crossbones, and was literally devouring a mouthful of it. "Are you sure it will have no ill effect?" I asked, as soon as I could recover my wits. "Sure? Of course I'm sure. I reckon Pillsbury's best flour never hurt nobody." And then the squire went off into a fit of laughter. "What?" I exclaimed perplexedly. "Just flour, that's all. I reckon it'd have the same effect as poison if I showed that coon the label I pasted on the package. Don't you give me away now, or I'll not have a melon left on the whole place." I took some of the flour in my hand, begged the squire's pardon for misjudging him, and hurried out into the night once more. A few questions sufficed to show that Jim knew nothing of the conversation just ended. Rushing to the bedside, I poured a liberal supply of flour down the child's throat. At that moment, the boy, aroused from his drunken stupor by my entrance, sat up and looked about composedly. "Law me," said the astonished women, holding up their hands in superstitious awe. "Just look how quick the medicine helped that child." "Yes," I answered, "I believe your boy will recover. You must be very careful, however, to see that he doesn't find any more watermelons." "Oh, Mr. Edson, you don't s'pose that our little Samuel done stole nothing, does you? Po' little lamb. 'Cause if you does, yo' surely is mistooken." End of section 18. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 19 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 19. To the Storm Center. It needed only the casual invitation contained in their father's letter to cause the young ladies to make hasty preparations to visit Jacksonville. I could scarcely understand what such a trip would mean for them. Of course, they had read much of the great outside world. But reading about anything is tame compared with seeing it, said the vivacious Zoe. We've read and read about city life until it seems much the same to us as our Greek or Latin. Characters which live on the printed page seem to have no connection with actual life. Now that we are to see the city and mingle with people who live there seems quite astounding. I had never before realized what was missed by living an isolated life. I now wondered at the vague and impractical notions of the world held by these two girls, young women now, and involuntarily I shuddered at the thought of what might have been their fate had the father, instead of the brother, been taken away, thus leaving these dependent, physically beautiful girls at the mercy of the world of which they knew so little. The arrangements were made for an early start on the morning of the 25th. With much flutter and running up and down stairs, and the giving of many a final look just to see that everything was all right, with many a parting injunction to Sarah and the whole litter of children, who stood in a long, uneven line, craning their necks to see everything that transpired, our preparations were finally completed, and we were off. Uncle Boston was voluble with his guffaws and excited remarks, interspersed with many a crack of the whip and "G'long dere," all the way to the railroad station. The station was reached much earlier than we expected, and, the train being an hour and a half late, we were afforded ample opportunity to stroll about the depot. There was a man in the depot who soon obtruded himself upon my attention. Where had I seen the face before? It was such a disagreeable face, and the eyes had such a habit of slinking stealthily upon one's notice that I disliked the fellow most heartily. The individual in question seemed to concern himself but slightly about my thoughts. I soon noticed him ogling my two companions with insulting persistency. They shifted their position uneasily, but when he thought he was unobserved, his eyes unfailingly sought their faces. I was irritated beyond measure by the fellow's insolence. Accordingly, I suggested to the ladies that we might find it cooler on the platform, although I knew that the sun was beating down fearfully out there. Arriving upon the platform, we were chagrined to see Sir Impudence follow. We returned to the waiting room, only to have him return. He had evidently been drinking, for his face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. "Sir," said I hotly, when his insolence had become intolerable, "your company is not solicited." "Beg your pardon, sir," said the offender, coming nearer. "I believe I's right, but I reckons this lovely females," leering horribly at the two girls who looked shocked enough, "is the daughters of profession." He then came forward to shake hands, but this polite act met with a cold rebuff. I felt that if the fellow said much more, some violence would be inevitable. With a sigh of relief I heard the train whistle. When the two girls and I were comfortably installed in the car, who should crowd himself into the seat beside me but the obnoxious interloper? I could have brained the fellow, and I secretly wished for some occasion to justify me in laying violent hands upon him. His tongue was so loose, and so loud was his voice, that I soon found our group to be the gazing stock of that part of the car. It then occurred to me that I could forestall unpleasant remarks by getting the fellow to talk about his destination, how he came to know Mr. Essen, and other indifferent topics. "How did I come to know him?" he said in reply to my first question. "Why, dear me, didn't I know Essen when he was first come here?"
I told him where to get Uncle Boston. Fine nigger, Uncle Boston. How you should said I knows him. I reckon I knows him a heap more than y'all. That's why I going to Jacksonville. I just wanted to hear their friend Professor Essen in his speech making tonight.
Here he paused to give the young ladies a drunken leer, while I cast about in my mind for some other tactics, by means of which I could either quiet the interloper or be rid of him.
There's a fellow I should be following for some time was now in Jacksonville. If the picture in the paper's right, being a good one. It says he's a private secretary of my friend's professor.
I suppose, said I apprehensively, that you know enough about this young secretary to cause him to lose his position.
Position? Position?
Yelled the amiable interloper.
Ha ha, loses his position? If I ever get a beat on him, I'll be a dead.
Bringing a huge fist down on the car seat so that the dust rose in a cloud.
If he don't lose more than his position.
His face was almost purple with passion, and as I looked at him more narrowly, I noticed a long scar above one eye. At that instant, I recognized Seeger, the overseer. He had divested himself of the false beard he had worn when he was mistaken for our college benefactor. Involuntarily I shuddered. Here I was, occupying the same seat with a man who would murder me if he discovered my identity. But why should he have taken such an aversion to Stanton? These thoughts traversed my mind during the short silence that followed his last remarks. Then Seeger's hand sought his hip pocket, and after much fumbling emerged with a flat brown bottle which he offered to me. I refused, and suggested that it might be well to remember that ladies were present. At this his good humor revived, and he rejoined,
"Why, yes, pardon me, dears. Ladies first, of course."
And with the utmost display of gallantry, he handed the bottle toward the girls, who shrank as far away as possible amid a general titter from the passengers. This proved too much for my forbearance. Unwilling to trust myself to further conversation, for fear of detection, I sought the conductor, who soon escorted the intruder to the rear of the car, where he was held in conversation by some of the trainmen until the arrival in Jacksonville. When the train drew into the depot, we managed to get to the front of the car, and thus elude our tormentor, who was quickly lost sight of in the crowd. End of section 19. Recorded by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 20 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A Changed Program. Just as I had concluded that some mistake had caused both Stanton and Mr. Essen to miss us at the train, a carriage was drawn swiftly up to the platform, and Stanton, his hat drawn well down over his face, stepped out to greet us. "You see, I scarcely dare show my face around here because of the reporters who are besieging us today," he explained as he bundled us into the carriage. Then, replying to the girls' inquiring looks as we sped away over the city pavements, "Your father is very tired. He passed a restless night, and he thought it best to keep quiet today, in order that he might be in better condition for the ordeal this evening. Of course you will wish to see the city, and I have arranged with the driver to take you to some places of interest, returning you to the hotel in plenty of time for supper. By that time I hope that Mr. Essen will be able to see you. Here we are at the hotel, I must now excuse myself to look after Mr. Essen's interests. I wish you a pleasant drive." There was some anxiety felt and expressed as the carriage bowled away, but the novelty of our experiences during the afternoon seemed to banish apprehension. It was not until the afternoon had sped, and the carriage had turned down the street on which the hotel was situated, that our unshaped premonitions deepened into dread of the news awaiting us at the hotel, and we were not reassured by Stanton's face as he met us in the hall. "This is unfortunate indeed, for Mr. Essen has not been able to rise. Harold, may I advise with you for a moment?" "No. Upon second thought, I feel that the ladies should know their father's exact condition, for they may be able to advise more intelligently than anyone else." "It is nothing serious, only exhaustion, sheer exhaustion from his long-continued labors. His nerves have been utterly racked. To speak plainly, he did not sleep a wink last night, and his system is in such a state that his old craving for the drug has come back. He has resisted all our attempts at having medical assistance. He fears lest something may be administered which would make him once more a slave to the habit from which he is now free, and he feels that if he fails now, he will never have the courage to try again. Listen. It sounds as if he is attempting to get up now. Excuse me a moment while I go to his assistance." In a few moments Stanton returned. "I fear that all is lost. He is up and pacing back and forth in that measured fashion that shows the fight is on for good. He will not give up until his strength is exhausted, or the gnawing of the appetite has subsided. He has bidden me lock him in his room and admit no one under any circumstances. He has bolted the door on the inside to make sure that his wishes are fulfilled. He says that he will conquer or die in the attempt. Now, I suppose that I ought not to have told you this, but I thought you'd like to know Mr. Essen's exact condition." "Mr. White," said Miss Zoe, in a trembling voice, "we thank you for this confidence, but is there nothing we can do? You know that our father is all that we have now." Then she burst into tears. "Mr. White," it was Miss Irma talking now, and all gave breathless heed to her calm, unstudied utterance. "Mr. White, what would be best for my father, if he were willing to submit to it?" "Why, Miss Irma, of course, if there were a doctor here that we could trust, we might give your father some assistance in his struggle and perhaps cause him to rally more quickly than if he had no medical assistance." I chanced to recall the name of a physician whom I knew in the hospital at Philadelphia. I can trust him. He located in Jacksonville, but I don't know just where. And of course he may have removed from here. I'll see if I can find his name in the directory. Meanwhile, you people had better go to your rooms, and I'll be back directly." In 5 minutes he returned with beaming face. "Well, the doctor is located not far from here. I dispatched a messenger for him, and he will probably be here in 15 or 20 minutes. There goes the supper gong. You people should eat, to keep up strength for the demands of the next few hours. I'll wait here for the doctor, and if I have time, I'll snatch a few bites to eat a little later. No use protesting. It's 6:30 now, and it's supper time. Go right along." He led the girls gently from the room, and watched them descend to the dining room in company with me. Then he turned in the direction of the measured treading of the imprisoned man. Upon our return, we found Stanton and the doctor in earnest conversation. 8 o'clock, did you say?" "Yes, that's the time it is announced to begin," said Stanton. "It can't be done," returned the other. "No human being could bring the professor to himself in that length of time. Now, if something could be done to postpone his speech until 9, it might then be possible." "Very well," said Stanton. "Doctor, I rely upon you implicitly. If you were to give him anything but the right remedy now, it would surely wreck his life. If you have not changed since I last saw you, I believe that my confidence is not misplaced." "If you have any doubts about it, you'd better call somebody else," exclaimed the doctor a little testily. "If not, Then admit me at once." Stanton then approached the door, and knocking loudly, said in cheery tones, "Mr. Essen, a friend of mine has just come, and he wishes to see you for a few moments to perfect some arrangements for the meeting. Do you think that you can prepare to see him shortly? The time of the meeting will soon be here, and our arrangements must be completed with all speed." There was a slight pause in the rhythmical pacing in the adjoining room, but in an instant it was resumed again. "Tell the gentleman that I am unable to see anyone this evening. Whatever arrangements he makes with you will be satisfactory." Stanton stared helplessly at the floor for a moment. Then, gathering courage again, replied more insistently, "But the gentleman will take no refusal. He insists upon seeing you personally, and begs to be admitted at once. I'll unlock the door now, and when you are ready you can unbolt the door from your side, which will be a signal for me to invite him in." Another slight pause in the walking. "I utterly refuse to see anyone. I supposed that you understood. I dislike to be importuned thus." "What shall we do?" whispered Stanton, stepping back to where the doctor and the rest of us were staring blankly into each other's faces. "You have heard his reply. What can we do? Every minute is precious." "Can't we batter down the door? Or isn't there some way in which we can force an entrance?" asked the doctor desperately. "We might," returned Stanton, "but I doubt whether we'd get him to take any medicine under such circumstances." "You won't batter down the door of my father's room," declared Miss Zoe impulsively. "Not so long as I can prevent it." "Shh," said Miss Irma. "He might hear you, Zoe dear, and that would defeat all our plans. No, trust me. My father will open the door for me." Stanton regarded her with looks of mingled apprehension and admiration as she advanced toward the door in her frank, self-reliant way. "Father," said she quietly. The pacing ceased. "Why, daughter," said a voice that sounded almost natural, "I had entirely forgotten that you were in the city. I had hoped to be able to see you this evening, but perhaps we had better wait until morning. I'll be better then." The voice had relapsed into its old, tired, haunted cadence. Our group of listeners looked at each other hopelessly. "Father," said the daughter in exactly the same tone as before, "I have a single request to make of you. You have never refused me anything yet. It is something which will be of assistance to you and those you love best that I wish to ask. Shall I proceed? Are you listening?" After a painful pause, the answer came. "Proceed. I am listening." "Father, dear, a gentleman whom Mr. White knew very well in the North is here." An impatient movement from within. "Mr. White trusts him implicitly. He is a physician." At the word physician, a start was perceptible in the other room. The listener took one or two steps, then paused again, irresolute. "He says that he can help you so much that in 2 hours from now you can attend the mass meeting, and perhaps make a few remarks, although he does not advise you to say very much. Mr. White will provide for the vacant time until your arrival. My request is that for my sake, and the sake of all your loved ones, you admit the physician at once." "I grant your request." The bolt flew back. Seizing his medicine case, the doctor quickly entered, followed by Stanton. 15 minutes gone. 45 minutes until the mass meeting begins, said I, looking at my watch. "Mr. Edson," said Miss Zoe, with an air of finality, after a pause of some minutes, "I believe you had better go to the meeting with Mr. White, while my sister and I can remain here within call of Papa. You can perhaps be of service at the mass meeting, particularly if that impudent Torment happens to be there. He might wish to do violence to Mr. White, against whom he seems to bear a grudge. I am sure that Irma and I will be safe here, and we together, with the doctor, can take care of Papa nicely." Why, bless you, thought I, you have expressed my sentiments exactly. Aloud, I said, "I think you're right, as you usually are. Promise me, though, that neither you nor your sister will leave this room until after my return, unless accompanied by your father. You are little aware of the dangers of a city. Anywhere away from here, danger may lurk." Miss Zoe promised faithfully, while a happy flush overspread her face. Perhaps, I told myself, at the thought of my solicitude for her welfare. "Mr. Esson is sleeping like a child," said Stanton, tiptoeing from the other room. "The doctor said it would seem too bad to waken him in an hour and a half, but if, when awakened, he felt like making the trip to the hall, he would be permitted to do so. If he decides not to go, a message will apprise us of the fact. Harold, will you accompany me? Can you ladies spare him? It's time we are starting for the meeting. The doctor will call a carriage if your father is able to go. Good night, ladies." Stanton and I walked rapidly away, arm in arm. End of section 20. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 21 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Mass Meeting. The great auditorium was packed from gallery to pit when White and I arrived. Around each of the main entrances was a dense crowd of seething humanity, held in check by policemen who would admit no one else. White led the way to the platform entrance. "What will you do until Mr. Esson comes?" I asked anxiously. "I'll speak, and try in some way to hold their attention." "I shall do all I can to quell disturbance in the audience," I replied, opening the door which led from the platform dressing-room down the side aisle. "Don't go until you see that you can be of no service to me here," said White, turning to the curtained doorway leading out upon the platform. "Hark! There's a lull in the roar of conversation. What can it mean? Ah, there's someone trying to speak. Good. Anything to consume time tonight. Methinks I've heard that voice before." I also recognized the thick speech of our traveling companion of the morning. What was he saying?
"Fellow citizens, while we is waiting for my friends the professor, I have the great pleasure to introduce the Honorable Mr. Walden, who is known by many of you."
Faint applause followed this graceful introduction, sufficiently long to enable Stanton to issue his orders. "Harold, you go to the audience. You can be of most assistance there." "Ah, our friend who introduced the speaker is retiring by the other platform door, I see. I'll listen here, and at some opportune juncture will interrupt the speaker if he gets too long-winded." As I stepped into the side aisle, the speaker was bowing and smirking as if he had received the most dignified introduction possible. I at once espied Seeger standing close to the platform on the other side of the auditorium. Deciding instantly that if Stanton attempted to speak, the fellow would be likely to cause a disturbance, unless his threat were an empty one, I determined to be at hand to forestall any interruption. Two ways presented themselves of reaching Seeger's side of the room. One, the less conspicuous, was to go to the rear of the room and work around gradually to the side of the obnoxious individual. The other was to cross quickly in front of the platform before the speaker had begun his address. I thought rapidly. I saw the aisles packed with a solid mass of humanity. I chose the latter course, and before the speaker had finished his holy-toned, "My dear friends," I stood as near as I cared to be to the red-faced Seeger. "It is a cause of mighty regret for me," proceeded the smooth-tongued orator, raising his voice just a little, "that I am thrust so unexpectedly upon this
cultivated audience. I venture to hope that it may not be a home thrust. This sally was greeted with considerable applause. I exceedingly regret the absence of our friend the professor. But of course, here he shrugged his shoulders dubiously, men are apt to be too convivial at times, and it unfits them for the more active duties of life. "That's a blatant lie," I shouted, flushing self-consciously as 3,000 pairs of eyes were focused upon me. "For Mr. Essen will be here shortly, and you can see for yourselves." In a moment there was an uproar. "Put that feller out!" yelled he of the red face, springing toward me in the crowd, his drunkenness disappearing to a certain extent before his towering wrath. "Yes," said I, dismayed. "Put the liar out," pointing at Waldron. Several men stepped between us, thus preventing actual violence. In the lull which followed, the speaker began again. "I beg the gentleman's pardon." His special emphasis caused a titter in some quarters. "I was simply giving expression to an idea which seemed to have general acceptance, and indeed I was told this by a member of the professor's own family." I gritted my teeth in impotent rage. "But I hope it is as the man says, of course. I hope Professor will appear later in the evening." By this time a fair portion of the audience was in sympathy with the speaker. Seeing this, he proceeded at once to the subject he was eager to discuss. "Hear me say at the start that I am heartily in sympathy with all that education does for humanity, and nowhere in all my experience as a public speaker have I had before me such fine examples of enlightened and educated citizens as I have tonight. However, there is one idea which the professor," mentioned with a shrug of the shoulders, "has upheld in a right smart number of his speeches, an idea, I say, which I desire to combat and overthrow tonight. It is the idea that the Negro should receive the same education as the white man." Cries of "Hear, hear," and applause from various parts of the house. "I see I had not miscalculated the culture of this audience." Applause. "I must ask pardon for quoting at some length from my recent book, which has gained some favor, I believe." Renewed applause. "It has been thought by some of our friends that the Negro is our equal by creation. I wish to give scriptural proof that this is a delusion and a snare. Now, it says in the good book," here the speaker rolled up his eyes and used his holiest tone, "that God created man in his own image. Was God a Negro? If not, then the man he created couldn't be a Negro, for he was created in the image of God. I'm here to say that the Negro was not created at all. He was developed before Adam's time, and the first mention of him is the account of the marriage of Cain to a beast, a negress in the land of Nod. Now, this spreads a splendor of light upon the inspired record. It was this sin which led to the rejection of Cain's offering, and it will likewise lead to the rejection of anyone who will not consign forever the Negro and his progeny to their proper place." Applause. "God has said to man to have dominion over all the earth, and because we are not obeying God's command in showing this beast Negro his place, because we believe in the blasphemous theory that man is divided into 5 races, the Negro, the Malay, the Indian, the Mongolian, and the Caucasian, because some of us teach our children this
infamous belief which has been the cause of all our wars and will be until the iniquitous races are swept from under heaven and taught to bow to the white man as their master. Because of all these things, I say, we are suffering today. We ask for rain and we get drought. We pray for prosperity and we get want. For happiness, and behold, misery and wretchedness, and disappointment and grief. Nay, let us rise up and asset our dominion as direct descendants of the first pyre.
Applause.
Now, if our first parents had never sinned, it is evident that God would not have cursed the ground for them, and have bidden them earn their living by the sweat of their face. But as the human race would multiply, it is evident that some tilling of the soil would be necessary. Therefore, it would only seem natural that some animal with almost human intelligence should have been provided for tilling the ground for man. The Negro, with his great muscular strength and powers of endurance, was evidently intended for this very thing. He makes a good servant, but never let him think of becoming a master. There is no country or nation on the face of the globe that is ruled or ever can be ruled by a Negro.
Tremendous applause.
There is something in the Anglo-Saxon which will ever make him rise up in revolt against such a being as his master. He will never submit to it.
Renewed applause.
This fact that the Negro is a beast is further shown by his anatomical makeup. In my book, I show conclusively, I believe, that the skull of the Negro differs widely from that of the white man. His humerus approximates that of the ape. His skin is black. His hair is woolly and is set differently in the skin from that of the white man. His arms are long, his clavicle and ribs remind one of the same structures in the chimpanzee. In all this we see that whatever differences characterize the Negro, he approximates the brute in every particular. Thus, science as well as Scripture classes him as brute, and all other races are the result of amalgamation of man and brute. Give the Negro suffrage? By no means. Educate him? Only for manual labor, that he may better serve his master, the white man. If he multiplies too rapidly, send him away, and do not fail to carry out the divine command, subdue the earth. O ye members of the academic family, I call upon y'all to get some idea of the royal family to which you belong. Be not partakers of the sin of Cain. Rise to a conception of the place of man to have dominion throughout the earth. Teach your fellow man that education and wealth and happiness and religion and government and power are for the white man and him alone.
Cheers and applause. Amid the uproar that followed these remarks, Waldron sat down mopping his brow and receiving on all sides congratulations. Just as I began to expect Stanton to step out upon the platform, I saw another speaker being pushed toward the front by his friends.
"Clark! Clark! Here's Senator Clark!"
was the cry heard on all sides as this gentleman took the platform. His eyes flashed fire as he began thus.
Gentlemen, I came here tonight to hear the educational problems of our state discussed by a man who I have reason to believe is thoroughly competent to handle such a subject. That he should be unaccountably delayed this evening is a cause of great regret to me. I cannot believe, however, that the implication made in the remarks to which we have listened is a just one. I am inclined to believe with the young man who interrupted that the professor will yet arrive. I cannot, however, listen to sentiments like the ones just voiced regarding the Negro race without a protest. That the Negro problem has been solved, only a fool or a knave would care to contend. I don't know that anatomy or scripture have very much to do with the problem in hand.
Hisses.
And I shall pause only long enough to show you the folly of such arguments. The speaker said that in his anatomical makeup, the Negro approaches the brute creation, and the deduction seems to have been that the Negro is a brute. Now, anatomists tell us that the white man approaches very nearly to the anatomical structure of the hog. Therefore, by his own course of reasoning, he will pardon me for saying it, I might feel justified in calling the gentleman who preceded me a hog.
Laughter and hisses.
If, however, it is the belief of those who are here assembled that the Negro is human, though degraded, will not the same forces which have lifted us Caucasians above our barbarian forefathers serve also to elevate the Negro? I cannot see that it helps us very much to try to discover the link that connects the human to the brute world. I'd rather employ my time searching for that brighter link that joins the human to the divine. We would not be numbered with those who emphasize the evil, ignoring the good in their fellow beings. We ought to believe in encouragement rather than repression. We who are true to our country's best interests wish to do something for the uplift of this unfortunate race.
Hisses and applause.
If the South is to rise socially and intellectually, it must be through the social and intellectual uplift of her inhabitants. Now, when 1/3 of her inhabitants are denied the privileges of education and true religion, the progress of the whole South is thwarted. I believe that any attempt to arouse old-time hatred against this race is not only foolish, but it is dastardly and impolitic.
Hisses mingled with applause.
I am a Southerner born and bred.
Applause.
I love our Southern institutions. I desire to make the most of our Southern resources. For this cause I have given my consent to occupy the office I now hold.
Tremendous applause.
It is on this account that I wish to see the past forgotten, and every eye turned toward the future. The South has great things before it, and I am one to hail with delight every advance in our section, be it educational, commercial, or industrial.
Prolonged applause.
I was educated in the North at one of the best Eastern colleges, but some of the educational theories generally held in the North I do not share.
Redoubled applause and cheers.
Though I cannot agree with the former speaker in the most that he has advanced, I grant him this much, that the Anglo-Saxon, whether rightly or wrongly, I shall not attempt to say, feels a repugnance for the Ethiopian.
Cries of yes, yes.
Now I maintain that such a repugnance makes it practically impossible for the two races to be educated together, at least for the present.
Applause.
This same repugnance makes the propriety of giving the Negroes the franchise at least questionable.
Uproarious applause. That they should be utterly deprived of education and the franchise, I am not willing to admit, and accordingly would recommend as the sanest and most satisfactory solution of the whole problem, colonization. Let the Negroes be assigned to certain territories, just as the Indians have been. Let them be self-governing so far as possible, and let all the civilizing agencies employed in behalf of the Indian be employed in behalf of the black man. Feeble applause. Or, if it seems best, deportation might be employed. To the south of us lie great fertile islands and groups of islands. Should it ever happen that these come under our jurisdiction, it would seem to me providential. The Negro could there find his own appropriate climate, and could share the interests of those of his own race already residing there. All the advantages of colonization could there be obtained with this additional advantage. The colony would not be surrounded by people of a different race, who would be disputing boundaries and preying upon the weak and ignorant. The soil would lend itself easily to cultivation, and the experience in southern cotton fields and orange groves would not come amiss in causing the islands to produce abundant sustenance for all its inhabitants. I commend this view of mine to your earnest and serious consideration, and should the day ever arrive when these islands will be open to us, I hope that they may be used in the solution of the greatest problem now confronting our nation, namely, what shall we do for the American Negro? And now I believe that my prediction has come true regarding the arrival of the professor, for that noise at the stage door doubtless announces his coming. I thank you for your courteous hearing."
Before the applause had died away, Stanton stepped out upon the platform. Recognizing him as the private secretary of Mr. Essen, the audience became quiet. But before he could speak, an outcry was started by Seeger. Shouts of "Put him out!" "Shoot the blank nigger!" "Don't let the nigger talk!" were mingled with angry curses and execrations. I noticed him make a quick motion toward his hip pocket. I grappled with him, but the crowd hindered my efforts. With one hand, he leveled a revolver at Stanton and strove to keep me back with the other. I made a swift pass at the weapon and struck out a flash and a loud report as a bullet buried itself high up at the back of the platform. "Gentlemen," said Stanton calmly, as if nothing disconcerting had happened, "I request that the disturber be removed at once and placed under arrest, and that you give your undivided attention to a message from Mr. Essen." Instantly I had a dozen helpers, and 2 policemen at the door took charge of the miscreant. "This is Mr. Essen's message," Stanton was saying, as I again entered. "I shall arrive in 20 minutes. That which has hindered Mr. Essen's earlier arrival is nothing less than a nervous collapse occasioned by his incessant toil before the public for the last 40 days. A murmur of sympathy from some of the audience. That I have told you the exact nature of his complaint can be proved by the affidavit of his physician. When I further state that he has been unable to sleep for 36 hours until just an hour and a half ago, and that the physician objected strongly to waking him, but did so in order that this engagement might be kept, you will understand how solicitous Mr. Essen is that you should hear his message. Applause. Because of his extreme weakness, it will be necessary for him to speak very briefly, and he has asked me to make whatever preliminary remarks seemed necessary to prepare the way for his concise summary. The question, "What shall we do for the American Negro?" has been raised here and freely discussed. I wish to be privileged to add a few remarks to what has been said. It has been suggested that the Negro is incapable of high mental or moral development. I beg to inquire what right we have to make such an affirmation. Have the rights of the Negro been so carefully fostered? Have his opportunities for self-improvement been so varied and numerous that it can be said, after giving him time, education, protection, and kindly care, the Negro has deteriorated? I have often heard it said that the South has done more for the Negro than any other part of the world could or would have done. I do not contradict this assertion, but it appears to me an evasion of the real question. The thought is not, how much are we doing for the Negro as compared with what the North is doing for the Chinaman or England is doing for the factory children. It is easy enough to find instances of neglect in others, but such instances do not excuse our own neglect. I do not urge you to consider how much the South owes the Negro, how it took his earnings for 200 years and enriched itself, how it debased him to the level of the chattel, and now seeks to find in this compulsory debasement an indication, if we are to believe some of the remarks heard here tonight, of the natural degeneracy of the race. I believe that history will bear me out in the statement that any race, when enslaved for a number of years, deteriorates. Take the Hebrews, for example, God's chosen people with the blood of the patriarchs flowing in their bodies. When they had been enslaved for 400 years in Egypt, they became so craven-spirited that many times their long-suffering God was ready to cast them off. During the dark days of the wilderness experience, they so frequently evinced their unfitness to establish a great kingdom and maintain its dignity and laws that God kept them wandering around for 40 years, until the old craven-spirited generation had died off. Some of these older ones were so frightened when they didn't see where their daily rations were coming from that they began to sigh for Egypt with its flesh pots and onions and garlic, just as many of the older Negroes today are longing for the good old days before the war. This was said in such characteristic Negro fashion that many who had listened frowningly hitherto laughed in spite of themselves, and gave the closest of attention thenceforth. Again, when the Israelites were just on the border of the new land, the land which flowed with milk and honey, the sight of the great nations, the giants, and the walled cities caused them to be faint-hearted, so that they wept and rebelled and planned to return to Egypt. But God's purposes kept marching right on. During all their wanderings, God was contriving to educate the people and fit them for the responsible position they were to occupy among the nations. Through their leader, Moses, they were being taught laws and discipline. One of the first things they did when the laws were given was to break them. They had so long been held as irresponsible persons that it took severe dealings before they learned the meaning of law. The Israelites had to be taught the rudiments of religion. Their hard life had crushed out many of the finer traits of character, such as love and reverence. The religion of the Negro is very crude as yet. The other day I witnessed a Negro baptism. Now, I firmly believe that this ordinance of immersion is a beautiful symbol of the believer's death to sin and resurrection to newness of life. But when I saw their method of administering this ordinance, I was convulsed with laughter. I couldn't help it. It took 6 men to carry each candidate into the water, and with screams and kicks, the candidates made it interesting for the 6. Then, when they had been raised from the water, they would stand shouting "Glory!" at the top of their voice until so out of breath and exhausted that they had to be carried back to the shore. Prolonged laughter. You laugh at this, and so did I. But I tell you, I think such a procedure should be dealt with in severity rather than in levity. You remember that at last even Moses, the meekest of men, became out of patience with the incompetence of the people, and he perished just on the border of the promised land, while young Joshua, the optimistic spy who said, "We are well able to overcome it," took the new generation into their inheritance. I do not know whether a Joshua is yet to come who will lead the Negro race into its rightful estate. A Moses is here today and unrecognized. The statesmen, the organizers, the educators, the religious leaders of today are like Moses, fitting the people for citizenship. The South has found itself face to face with the greatest problem of our national history. After the war, the men of the South went to destitute homes. They faced blasted hopes, shattered political and industrial systems. They were commanded to make bricks without straw. Many prophesied nothing but ruin for the South and degradation for the Negro. The results have been proven the superior material in both races. 250 years of servitude would have blotted out many a people. A few years of freedom from restraint, when the safeguards of home and family life are lacking, would ruin nearly any people. And the construction of a civilized, organized, enlightened nation out of the wrecks of former systems might well stagger the strongest of heart. The trials of the past should serve to draw the two races closer together. The interests of the two races are one. The white man cannot make laws discriminating against his black brother without reflecting discredit upon himself. The white man who closes his shop or factory against the black man as such is thereby showing his own littleness and thwarting the progress of the South. The black man who cherishes envy and hatred against his white brother is not yet truly emancipated. The South is advancing, is bound to advance. Out of devastated fields, new plantations are arising. Land formerly unoccupied because of the easy life of the landholder is now subdued and productive. Out of the ashes following in the path of the invading army have arisen fairer dwellings and more populous districts. Where ran the bridle path of old, today runs the railway. Where the rivers ran soft and undisturbed, now is heard the plash of propeller or rattle of factory. Where the tinkle of the banjo and the shuffle of feet beguiled the midnight hours, now resounds the roar of traffic, the rattle of machinery, and the march of the employed. The romance of the past has given place to the effective activity of today. The future will witness yet greater progress. Applause. In all this advancement, the Negro has not been without his share. I could tell you of scores of colored boys who have worked all summer picking cotton at 25 to 50 cents per hundredweight so that they might go to school in the winter. Slavery kept the Negroes illiterate. Today, the majority of this people favor education, flock to the schools, and make fair progress. Various expedients for the further uplift of this race have been suggested. I cannot believe that the first speaker's suggestion of indiscriminate repression can have any weight here tonight. The senator's suggestion of colonization is one that has gained considerable favor. We must remember, however, that to change the abode of 1/3 of the population of the South would lead to serious disarrangement in the industrial world. Many of the plantations, groves, and factories are almost entirely dependent upon the Negro for the heavy labor. The Negroes were imported because their industrial worth was appreciated, and deporting them would surely cause industrial and commercial disaster. No, my friends, I think that nothing is to be gained and much is to be lost by deporting the Negroes. It would be simply shifting our responsibility, not lessening it. While we may not change their abode, we must change their relation to the world. It is no time to discuss the sensitiveness of Southern pride. At any cost, the Negro must receive justice. White men, whether in the North or South, must not bar the way against the great forces of education and enlightenment which would uplift the Negro. I believe that education can meet the need of both races. So long as our public schools keep but 4 months a year, so long as our legislature is parsimonious in making school appropriations, just that long will the South be crippled and incompetent. Ignorance, is more expensive than education. Though the wealth of the South is depleted, though lack of funds lends caution to every forward movement, a liberal educational policy is indispensable to the best interests of our beloved Dixie. I do not speak of book learning alone. Much of our education is not practical because not worked out with heart and hand. Many mistakes in the past have resulted from an attempt to gain the superstructure without first laying the foundation broad and deep. Strengthen home ties, encourage hard work, land ownership, and the acquisition of the trades. Fit some to be teachers and missionaries for their own people. Repress the vicious by swiftly visited but lawful punishments. Extend the bonds of sympathy throughout the land. Let the South feel that the nation at large is interested in these great Reconstruction problems. Let philanthropists, both North and South, aid in the establishment of new industries, the maintenance of libraries, schools, and churches. May the day soon come when there shall be no South, no North, no Caucasian, no Ethiopian, but hand shall join hand in the vast brotherhood of Americans. Our fair Columbia has been likened to a skilled musician playing upon a mighty organ. Her hands are upon the keys, she opens one combination of stops, and there pours forth the tune so dear to German hearts, My Fatherland. A different set of stops is employed in rendering the Marseillaise. God Save the Queen is the next selection. Then comes the lively, rollicking air, St. Patrick's Day in the Morning. With surpassing tenderness of touch, Dixie is played, and then there steals forth, low, sweet, tremulous with appeal and laden with fond recollections, Way Down Upon the Swanee River. Finally, with all the stops open and all the manuals coupled, the great organ quivers and rocks as it pours forth the deep, full tones of our national anthem, My Country, 'Tis of Thee, Sweet Land of Liberty. Mr. Essen, coming in at this moment, found a quiet and attentive audience. In a few well-chosen words, he advocated that a state university be established in Tallahassee, paying special attention to the teaching of agriculture, dairying, stock-raising, and domestic economy. That such university be accessible to all residents of the state, regardless of color or sex. He pled for the establishment of a number of normal and of manual training schools throughout the state. He suggested uniform requirements for teachers of district schools, a system of graded grammar and high schools in towns of a given size. His remarks were received thoughtfully, but not with enthusiasm. He remained after the meeting had been adjourned, and answered a few questions. End of section 21. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 22 of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, For the New South. Stanton, said I, when we were all three in the carriage starting for the hotel, I didn't think you could do it. He won the day for me, said Mr. Essen, leaning wearily against the soft cushions. That remains to be seen, said Stanton. Why, I'll tell you, Harold, continued he, after a pause. You see, that speech has been accumulating for a lifetime. In it, you get the pent-up thought of years. It was the defense of my race, and my heart was in it. Of your race? Exclaimed Mr. Essen and I, both at once. Yes, said Stanton, though few people are aware of it, excepting those whose long residence in the South has made them experts in detecting racial characteristics, there is a slight trace of Negro blood in my veins. My father is Squire White, though I believe that he does not own me as his son. My mother was a pretty quadroon who kept house for the squire soon after the war. He sent us both away soon after my birth. She wandered northward and left me a homeless waif in a South Carolina city. Life's battle has been waged alone by me since I was 8 years old. Knowing nothing of my origin, I chanced to meet at Blank an older sister of my mother, who told me what I have just related to you. I am ostracized from many circles of society here on account of my race, and I fear that you have blamed upon Jenkins, poor Why, what's wrong? Did you not work on the wharf at Blank 4 years ago? Said I, in great excitement. Yes, replied Stanton calmly. Seeger was the overseer I struck. You were my rescuer. Owing to your assistance, I escaped unscathed to Philadelphia, where I readily found employment. I knew you as soon as I saw you at college, but I considered that I could best serve you incognito, although nothing that I can ever do will repay you for what you did for a helpless Negro 4 years ago. You have saved me from what is worse than death, said I warmly, for a selfish life is worse than no life at all. I shall always be your debtor. I begin to see everything in a new light. Stanton, your experience has been typical. With but inadequate help from a white brother, you have battled with adversity and have won an education and a commendable character. By helping yourself, you have been able to lend assistance to your would-be rescuer. Thus it is with your race. Let us talk no more of these things, for Mr. Esson is very weary, I see. If Mr. Esson was weary, he did not show it. He sat bolt upright and spoke with energy. Didn't that quadroon, your mother, have another child, a daughter? Not that I know of, answered Stanton. Mr. Esson relapsed into silence. Eager and expectant, the two girls met us at the hotel. In silence, they embraced their father. Mr. White saved the day for us, said Mr. Esson. I wouldn't be here to tell the story were it not for Harold's strong arm and steady nerve, rejoined Stanton. The story of our troublesome companion then had to be repeated. The following morning, the papers were voluminous in their account of the mass meeting. In one paper, much sympathy was expressed for Mr. Esson in his unfortunate weakness. The work of Waldron, said Stanton defiantly. In this paper, Waldron's speech was printed in full and praised at length, while Mr. Esson's speech was not mentioned, the whole intent seeming to be to create the impression that Mr. Esson was not present at all. Stanton's address was characterized as the effort of a hot-headed young colored fellow with more oratorical ability than sound judgment. Senator Clark's remarks were mentioned only in a brief paragraph, and then it was simply the part that harmonized with Waldron's speech that was printed. The whole article was colored in a manner well suiting the yellow character of the journal. Stanton seemed the more chagrined when he learned that this yellow journal had a very large circulation among the lower classes of the city, and that thousands of copies of this particular issue had been distributed gratis throughout the city and state. Other journals there were both in Jacksonville and elsewhere that gave a fair and accurate report of the meeting, commending the work of Mr. Esson and characterizing Mr. White as a young man of great promise, and his speech as a masterly effort. Many of the most respected residents of Jacksonville, including Senator Clark himself, called upon Mr. Esson at the hotel the next day and thanked him for his words, making special mention also of Mr. White. The impression began to deepen upon me as we sped homeward that Mr. Esson's political chances were not as good as we formerly believed. We were not greatly surprised, therefore, when the news came a few days later that Waldron had won the fight and had been elected to the legislature. One evening, as our little group sat upon the moonlit piazza, where we had spent so many happy hours before, Mr. Esson suddenly interrupted the gay conversation with a decisive, "Well, my mind is made up. No doubt it was God's hand that shut the door of politics against me for the present, but he has left another door of usefulness open to me." I shall take charge of the normal department of University immediately. My daughters shall complete their education there at the best school the state affords. If you, Mr. White and Mr. Edson, have nothing else in view, I'm sure that places can be secured for you upon my teaching staff. I shall show myself faithful in the little sphere of a single school, and if in time I shall merit larger things, I've no doubt that they will be opened to me. I was first to reply. I'm going home in a couple of days to see those dear people of mine. I have delayed my start for so long a time that I am becoming impatient. I shall stay with them a year or so and try to show them that their love and sacrifice have not been in vain. Then I believe I shall enter a seminary and prepare myself to preach the gospel. I have often been told that if my inclination only lay in that direction, the ability would not be lacking. If the preaching of a poor, unlettered Negro like the one I heard can bring a man to enter the better life, then I, with my better training, should not be without some meed of success. Then, when my education is completed— But the rest of the sentence was lost to all excepting Miss Zoe. It was getting chilly in the damp evening air, and Mr. Esson went into the house for a heavier coat, so he said. Although at the time I seemed to have eyes and ears for but one, yet in the peculiar soul exultation of the hour there seemed to be a dual personality, one part thinking and speaking only for Miss Zoe, while my other self was keenly alive to all that was transpiring around me. Thus, while I was whispering soft nothings to Miss Zoe, I was well aware that silence reigned between Stanton and Miss Irma. She sat with downcast eyes, demurely waiting. The silence grew oppressive, broken at length by Miss Irma. "Mr. White, you have not told us what you expect to do." He avoided her frank gaze. "Miss Irma," he said finally, and there was the slightest tremor in his voice, "we have known each other for quite a while, have we not?" "So much has happened during the time of our acquaintance," she replied, "that it almost seems to me that we have always known each other." "I am very glad that you feel that way, because it makes what I am to tell you much easier." Another drooping of the eyelashes and hanging of the head on her part. "We have known each other long enough to be able to trust each other in very trying circumstances," resumed Stanton. "It will be necessary for you to trust me more implicitly in this than in anything else in our lives." A glad light was stealing over her face. Glancing up, she seemed astonished to find him looking very gravely at her. "Do not misunderstand me. I have about made up my mind to accept your father's proposition to place me upon his staff of teachers, at the same time permitting me to pursue studies in the collegiate department of the university, provided you will promise to think of me only as a brother or friend, no more." A slight cloud crossed Miss Irma's face, but with an apparent effort she calmly replied, "Certainly, Mr. White, if it is your wish." Then, looking him full in the face, she said, "Stanton, is there nothing I could do if I knew all?" "Nothing," he said decisively. Her lips calling him Stanton seemed to thrill him profoundly. Then, drawing his chair a little nearer, "Irma, dear," he said gently, lingering upon the words as if they were laden with sacred memories, "I cannot trust myself to say what perhaps I ought to say. Sometime you will know all that I have not the courage to tell you now. There is a confession I perhaps should have made to you long ago, before our friendship had proceeded far. But you know I had no intention of staying here so long. It was not until I was away from here in my journeyings through the state that I discovered how indispensable your presence seemed to be for my happiness. It's pure selfishness of me to wish to be near you, I know, and very likely you will deny me that privilege after you know what I have to tell you. Mr. White, I beg that you will not tell me anything of yourself or your circumstances which will lead me to repose less confidence in you. You have read my heart aright if you have guessed that I care much for you. More than this I cannot say." Stanton arose, cleared his throat, looked out into the moonlight, and then, as if by a mighty effort, said, "I must go." She rose and stood looking up into his eyes, the moonlight kissing her face into wondrous beauty and lighting her hair with a radiance almost divine. Seizing her hand passionately, he pressed it to his lips, then turned to go. "Stanton, one word." He paused. "If your secret is regarding your ancestry, I know it already, and I feel that it should be no barrier to our intimacy." "Dear one," he said, and his lips were very close to her ear, "I could never bring myself to think thus about it. Talk to Squire White tomorrow, and then tell me your decision, Stanton." "Indeed, I think it quite necessary that we should have the feeling of brother and sister, if that is what we are," said Stanton the next evening, as he drew his strong arm around Irma's waist. "So Mr. Essen told you all about our relationship immediately upon our return from Jacksonville, and you had the fortitude to keep it to yourself." "Ah, Stanton, I could not have known how truly noble you are, how pure and unselfish is your love, had I not tested you a little last night. Are you still determined to go with my adopted father and me to teach at University?" "Yes, sister dear. I have talked over the matter thoroughly with your Mr. Essen, and he desires it." Before I sped away for my northern home, I placed a ring upon Miss Zoe's hand, and received in return some fatherly counsel from Mr. Essen. In one of the towns in which the train paused for a moment in its onward flight, a little white church and a tiny schoolhouse beside it attracted my attention. "Ah," said I, half aloud, "I am thankful for these two uplifting agencies. By God's help, we 5 shall cause them to wield a yet mightier influence for the New South." End of section 22. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. End of Stanton White, A Romance of the New South, by Asa Zadel Hall.